doing here? Welcome, welcome, welcome to the beginning of stream, where we just gather people together and we don't work on the project. We're just gathering viewers at the very beginning, and then I don't have to explain myself 500 times, even though I kind of already do anyway. Let's auto find and activate YouTube chat so that you guys are actually up. Can't believe I forgot to do that when Julian was here. Now we should have all the gang together. Everybody's here, and we can cross-pollinate between Twitch and YouTube. Of course, I gotta find my program. The power went out, and so when power goes out, all of my Tasmota devices no longer connect. Tasmota device reconnect power outage. I think this is the one that I found, or it was the R Tasmota one. Some of the devices with Tasmota firmware refuse to reconnect after power cycling them. As evident by serial output, the device just has failed to connect to AP. I don't think that's what I have. I don't think that's the problem I have. Because when you unplug it and plug it back in, it works. Haven't messed with mine for ages, but Wi-Fi config 5 might be the behavior you're after. 5 equals wait until selected AP is available again without rebooting. What does that do? Bom, 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 bom. I don't even, it's somewhere on the, reset. IP address, password, ping. Oh. Why don't you add what you're doing or topic command to describe what you're doing in the video, so you don't have to describe things 100 times to each new chatter? That's more work for me. What you do? What do you? Oh no, howdy. That was howdy, but somehow it came in. It's just Udi. It's too much text for all of the pleasantries. Maybe I should get rid of the timestamp. Udi. Udi to you too. How's it going? Yeah, so I mean, doing that is a way to do it. It's just, I don't know. Sometimes it is better that I take a second and actually say hi to everybody and, talk to people, rehash what I'm doing. Wi-Fi. When Wi-Fi is off, it's always returned to on after a restart. Wi-Fi config. Disable the Wi-Fi manager and reboot. Set Wi-Fi manager's current configuration tool and start Wi-Fi manager. What does that even mean? Retry other AP without rebooting. Wait until selected AP is available again without rebooting. Selected AP is available again without rebooting. Wi-Fi parameters can only be entered in the commands serial console. Set Wi-Fi manager as the current configuration tool, restricted to reset settings only. What? I don't even know. Set smart config for 3 minutes. WPS for 3 minutes. I don't know, man. There was a script that people were using, but this might be a better way to do it. Because then when it boots up, or if my network stops and starts, wait until selected AP is available again without rebooting. I don't know if that does what it needs to do. It's basically if my access point goes down and comes back up, these things don't try to reconnect to it. Hello. Hello to you as well. Yeah, so I don't know which one is what I need. That seems like it might be a good idea. See, a lot of these are like having it get fully erased, whereas with mine, it's when that router goes down and comes back, nobody tries to reconnect to it. And even the mosquito broker is like, yeah, the device is around. Now look, I've got a couple that are in that mode right now. For instance, shop light just says online, but I go to toggle it and nothing happens. The main lights here, this light right here, that should turn off. And the way that I've found to fix this is by powering it down and then powering it up. Because if I try to go to the shop light, which is, I forget which one it is. I think it's like 10. Yeah, it doesn't come up. Whereas 11 is the track light, that comes on, and if I hit toggle, it turns off. So the other one, it just simply is not coming up. There was some instance where I could get it, like I could get into it, but then I couldn't reset it. I think that's the fan. I have an exhaust fan, and that should also be on a Tasmoto device, but I haven't updated the settings in like ages on it, so it doesn't actually work. I could use that second switch on it though to turn on certain lights. That could turn on the track lights, and then maybe if I double press, it'll turn on the fan. I don't know. I'd have to play with that, and the problem is I just haven't had the wherewithal, the time, the money, the wherewithal. It's not going to cost me anything. It's fine. Do we need the scope today? Probably will. Just to see that people are talking to each other. We're gonna have to put on some gloves and dig out of storage my program for brute forcing LIN bus, and that was programmed many years ago in order to get into the steering wheel. We got the steering wheel to reply to a packet, a request with all of the statuses of its buttons. The LIN bus, while it is a communication protocol standard, the addresses are somewhat standard, but they can choose whatever they want for the addresses. And so, unfortunately, we don't really know if there is a packet specifically, well, there is, I don't know it. The packet on the Mercedes that specifically turns on and off backlighting. There's definitely going to be one on the BMW, because this thing, just like its steering wheel brethren, this thing has backlights in it. So it should, by all means, take a packet that says the backlights are XYZ and then affect the change. I don't think it's a local thing. You can move this up and down, turn the lights on and off. It's other systems that will tell this thing. What the hell's going on with the scope? What is that? Is that the web interface? What is that? It's like a touch screen interface. That should be just the, hold on, let's go there and then back. There it goes. Okay, now it's the scope. That was a weird one. This is an 8-ball mix. 8-ball mixes are usually pretty good. In addition to it being an 8-ball mix, this is an 8-ball chill mix. Low pressure system. I'm glad I found it, because I like it immensely as background music. I like it very, very much indeed. That is a thing that I like. Why do I have an alert on Twitch? Your streamerversary is coming up in 2 days. Is it really that close to the... I thought it was the, I thought it was 21st September, wasn't it? Because we used Earth, Wind, and Fire. I don't remember. Streamerversary. It has been a while. If I look at the stats, I've been streaming for quite some time. I mean, like, the heyday of the stream was the pandemic. Problem is, I can't really test this without like bouncing my network. Like, I could change them to, what is it, mode 5? Wait until selected AP is available without rebooting. Which I think I probably need to do. I need to figure out, console command would be Wi-Fi config space 5. Put that into all of my various devices, but I can't test it because I need the AP to go down without the Tasmoto device going down. I guess just in anticipation, let's just put it into the face light. I don't know which one it is. No, don't, no. Autofill ass looking piece of something. Face light, console, Wi-Fi config. 5. That face light result. Wi-Fi config 5. Wait. Okay, I guess that's it. So we'll see if the face light actually. Oh my God! You got my IP address. My IP. My IPness. No. Don't touch it. Don't touch my IPness. It's a local, I've got my own little network connected to the rest of the network. Really, to be honest, the Tasmodalites, they should get their own router. They should be .3. Whatever. I love this track. I don't think I've heard this track. I don't know. Is it a remix of a track that I would know? There's no ID on the playlist. Low pressure system. I don't know how long this takes, the brute forcer, and we don't have really any confirmation that we are connected to the right pins, other than the fact, well, we kind of do. It just doesn't say anything when it boots up, which is really weird. I don't know what these Linbus devices. Wheel of the Sun. Oh, cool. I have not heard it. It's a local address. That's where you think your fridge is now 2 degrees warmer. Oh no. My sodas! What have you done? I don't know how I can test this. Yeah, I guess I just close it, and then next time the power bounces, next time the network bounces, maybe when stream's over, I'll bounce the power to my router and just see what happens. And then the problem is if I do that and the setting actually does work and I haven't done it to everything, that means I need to go to 2 separate locations of the house and I need to dig into the corners of the shop in order to power everybody back on so that I can then set Wi-Fi mode to 5 on all of them. I can't just test the one device in isolation, unfortunately. I guess what that setting means is that if it doesn't have if it's unable to connect to the AP, it's going to keep starting. It's just going to wait. It's an old random jam. That's pretty cool. I always like discovering weird songs that I used to like that have been remixed. I guess I'm just going to put Wi-Fi 5 into everybody. Oh, it remembers. Wait, I didn't actually do that. All right, and then 12. Do we go into 12? I don't think. Oh, that's the face light. We already did that. 130. No. You stop that. Stop that. Makes me hit an extra key in order to stop it from. Look at that. It keeps trying. Get out of here. Here, delete that. I'm hitting delete over it. It's not letting me. Because 135 used to be the shop light. Ah, you son of a bitch. Firefox is being an. Look at that. Asshole. When you do one, you also got to do them all. Yeah. Yeah, I guess that's just the fate, my fate. Oh, that's on. Wait, go back. Console. I didn't actually hit enter. Stand light. Console. Config 5. Go. There's a lot of these suckers around here. Both of the ideal light and the. There we go. Some of them aren't plugged in though, and one of them I need to restart. That would be the. Yeah, that other lighthouse isn't. All right, I gotta, maybe this will be the last time I have to do it with any consolation. Maybe it'll be the last time I need to bounce all these devices, but I need to dig into the corners of the shop in order to get these things to operate. I found out that there is a way to restart the light switch. Like, not restart it, but there was an extra control if you hold down the light switch for a certain amount of time, and all it does is it just fully reboots the device. It like erases all your settings and undoes like Tasmota stuff. Oh man, it's the worst. It's like, why does this exist? Let's get the ideal light restarted, because that's not working. All right, so 20. Let's try 19 again. Oh, I didn't reset that one. I need to go into the corner for that. That's right. That's this one over here. Oh, and the on-air light, too. So that would be, which ones? You. And then you. Probably could have just rebooted the whole plug strip. All right, so those are back. They should be addressable now, and I can set the Wi-Fi mode for them. I think this is the answer, because it does sound like what's happening is that it doesn't find, when it first boots up, the AP hasn't started up, and so it stops looking. And so what we're doing is we're making it look for the AP, the access point. I think that's the intelligent way to go. 20's not plugged in. 21, not 211. The autocomplete is very annoying. What were the IP addresses that we were working on for those things? Hold on, those are down here. Nope, that one doesn't have markings on it. I try to over-label these things so that, yeah, these are 23, 24, and 25, so I'll plug them in over here. Yeah. 22 and 23. Get on the network there. That's in case you unplug during an update. Well, do you think that during a power outage it'll work for the purposes that I'm looking for? $22. What is this one? Sonoff S31 just says Tasmota. Web server active on switch 3 with IP address 222. Oh, I think we need to have the new node read. It's 22201880. Yeah, that's just 1880. And then this one's 2.220. Save. These haven't been updated when I rearranged my network for Wi-Fi connectivity, and just having these in a pool that I know where to get to. So we have to do that to both of them. What does the console say? Huh? Why you do this to me? Failed to connect again. What am I not doing? To 220. Let's open up the track light. To 220, 1880. Oh, it's still 1883. Oh, okay. I did that wrong. My friend was just reading this stuff last night at 2 a.m. Weirdly enough, I was trying to help. That's torture. Okay, so now we're back. Cool. All right, now I know what to do to the next one. Oops, Control-Shift-T. So 23. Console it up. Let's give it a little Wi-Fi. Doobly-doo. Because Wi-Fi config was the thing, right? Yeah, Wi-Fi config 5. Got it, got it, got it, got it, got it. Main menu. Configuration. MQTT. 220. 1883. Save. Main menu. And then if I go here, switch 3, I heard a click, I heard a click, switch 4, heard a click, heard a click. Cool. Bulb 1 and bulb 2. Bulb 2 is not plugged in. I need to plug it in. Plug in bulb number 2. Bulb number 1, bulb number 2. Bulb number 1, bulb number 2. Bulb number 2, bulb number 1. I have a bulb number 3 and 4. I know it's just a pack of 3, I think, but I don't know what to do with it. I'll have to figure that out later. This one, I need to figure out how to get this one to report on the smart status of my server, so that if something goes wrong with my server, there's a big red light. Because I've had stuff go wrong with the server before. I lost a lot of good stuff. A lot of porn died that day. A lot of good porn. Good afternoon, everyone, says Keeper of Maps. How dare you bring that energy to my stream? Now, how's it going? 24. I thought that was a light. Let's see another, maybe it starts at 25 is the pool. Oh, the lights might not have fixed IPs because we did them so quickly, which means I need to go to my router settings. So I'm going to peel that off, put that into another window. 2.1. What was my password again, Chad? Oh, I got it right. Hunter 2. Let's look at your clients. Who is connected? 238. If I were not streaming right now, instead of doing this, what I would be doing is restarting the router to see if everything works. Always good to join a stream and hear what a man has lost. Never forget what they took from us. What is T1 and T2? Why are there two different dimmers on this bulb? There should only be one. Oh no, because one is LED and then the other one is soft light. It's the 4300 whatever. Console. Wi-Fi config 5. Why did it came up and then I hit a button and it didn't? Wi-Fi config 5. Wait. And then what's the other one? 238 was this one. 129 is the other one. I gotta fix those IPs. What I really need to do is put it on its own router, but apparently routers are illegal now. Somebody got to somebody who said, hey, you know, they're putting spyware in all these routers. And so for some reason, we made kind of a bit of a decree from the king saying that foreign Wi-Fi routers are banned, which the implementation of something like this is vast and overreaching and a huge arc. And I'm sure it's another thing that's just going to go to the courts. That's what it always is these days, is just something maddening and insane happens, and then you just wait for the courts to step in and everything gets undone. On the bed and by Gleep, glorp, 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 glop. I'm debating buying a new router right now because of this. I was thinking of taking the Rabaz route and buying a miniature computer that would be the router. So you have something that's like pretty powerful doing all of your Wi-Fi stuff. I don't know though. I don't know. I'm happy with what I have. I don't need anything more than what this thing provides. I would have loved to go to Ubiquiti. Ubiquiti is of course sourcing from Taiwan, etc., China. So they are of course part of the ban, which is insane. So I don't know what the hell is going to happen here in the future, but I think it's one of those things that you just kind of let it go by because it's going to be completely and utterly uprooted in a short amount of time. It's another one of these little scams where it's like, hey, you know, maybe if you grease my palms, we'll undo that. But I'm sure they had like some reason to do it, probably because of all the phoning home that these things do. You know, meaning that it would be of importance to national security. This is getting crazy. This is crazy. I can't continue to have the text when the names are long overlap what they're typing. Fuck's sake, what Social Stream Ninja, what's going on? This can't happen. Why is this happening for some people? I guess maybe if I just make this super wide, but it's got to be wide enough that it's on one line. Something about the way this is coded is just, it's bad. It's really, really bad. That's so stupid. It didn't used to be like this. It's all about pumping the new people's stock portfolios, one of many current grifts coming from the top. Yeah, this one's, the router thing is a little weird. I mean, I guess in a security sense, you can justify it a little, but it's maybe something somebody wanted to do and expected a no, and very well should have gotten a no, because like, is there a fully made in USA router? Does that exist? Okay, there's talking going on under the track here. How do I'm just gonna mute it for a second. Okay, like if I search this right now, if I search for made in USA router, I am gonna get all kinds of results that are not what I'm looking for, right? Do they have a sticker on it that says made in the USA? Because there's all kinds of regulations around that say like you have to have, you know, components. Because sometimes they'll say assembled in the USA, right? And that's a totally different thing from made in the USA. Made in the USA, very specifically, is that it was fully assembled in the USA by US parts or something. What's happening with routers? Supposedly all foreign routers in America are banned. You cannot buy a new router that's been made overseas. I'm wondering if that's something that, you know, the NSA said, hey, guess what? These things are like real bad. Supposedly, foreign-made router ban, May 24th, 2026. Banned new consumer routers manufactured outside the United States, citing national security concerns. That's the only way you would be able to do something like that. And I think it's mostly just because these things phone home. It seems way too tech savvy for this current administration, doesn't it? This administration is mostly concerned with just like making us sigh really heavily. Where's my phone? Hold on, we got a case of the missing phone. One sec. I know I had it. Oh, it's in my other, I put it in the wrong pocket. Weird. I put my phone in the wrong pocket and I had a small panic attack about not having any diabetes care. What the deuce? Yeah, that's apparently... yeah, I don't know. Malicious actors have exploited security gaps in foreign-made routers to attack American households. This is the old adage, if you put a backdoor in, somebody's going to find it. You know, this is why Windows having a government backdoor has always been a thing that law-abiding citizens despise, because if there's a backdoor, somebody will find it. You don't put in a backdoor, right? You just don't do it. You don't have a skeleton key for your security devices that need security. You just don't. You don't. And then that's so much safer. But they insist on it because they want basically just to, I don't know, they want a surveillance state. And so they want to be the ones doing it. And they go, hey, can you put a backdoor in? And then some hacker finds it and they go, oh, you can't do this. to the covered list, which details equipment and services deemed to pose an unacceptable risk to national security of the United States. Bogon, the director of threat research from Bitdefender, says that a big step is to harden cybersecurity readiness in U.S. households. Sit at the edge of every home network, which makes them an attractive target. What about my Verizon router? Was my Verizon router made in America? I don't think so. I use Linux. Yeah, that's a little bit more secure, but so many people are using Linux now that that's not, I don't know if Linux users can say that any longer. It's like, I use a Mac, therefore my data hasn't been deemed important or necessary for a hacker to get to, and so nobody's trying. That's what the Mac users used to say. They used to say, Macintosh has fewer viruses. No, they're wrong. They're completely wrong. They're jealous of what China's set up. Yeah, they're jealous of that foreign surveillance state status that everybody bought their own devices in order to play part in. What do you mean this thing knows my location? That's awesome. Give me a map program. The telecoms know where we are. They may even know where we are in our houses due to our Wi-Fi. There are internal room tracking devices that use Wi-Fi. I think you have to have a couple ESP devices in order to do that. I've wanted to make a set of Wi-Fi goggles, basically like night vision, except it's looking for the phone in your pocket. And you can do that with an array of ESPs. I don't know how fast it is, but if you have an array of ESPs, and the ESP, at least the 8266, I don't know if you have to use 32s or not for the speed, because you're just gauging Wi-Fi power. But like on the example, they had 6 of them that were laid out flat, right? They were laid out flat in order to make the goggles, and then you overlay it on top of like a video feed of what's right in front of you, and then you can see people behind walls. I was thinking, what if you stand them up? You could have more of them. That would be a really cool, like Ghost in the Shell style goggle to make. Using Wi-Fi to bounce waves off of the room. Yeah, it's pretty cool stuff. Very, very cool. Augmented vision is one of the coolest things. If you've ever gotten to play around with a thermal camera or a night vision camera. Oh, I shouldn't be pointing at the screen today. I gotta remember that. Here, let's calibrate this. So, I was making quick pickles. Quick pickles are when you do vinegar and sugar with like a vegetable, and you toss it into the refrigerator for a day, and it makes some pretty tasty pickles. We had we had a bunch of actually serrano peppers, and so I got out the mandolin. Those people who know the mandolin know the mandolin. The mandolin is basically a fixed blade and a slight height difference with a gap, and you go over top of it. Very, very dangerous kitchen tool. And every time I see them on like Food Network and like, you know, cooking shows, and people are using that mandolin without the guard, because there's a hand guard. There's a little thing that you poke in to the thing, and then it'll help you go make potato chips and whatnot. Jeremy Clarkson also in his farm show cut the tip of his finger off with one, and I said, never in a million years, I'm cringing out of my gourd. I will never ever use the mandolin without a hand guard. And then it came time to pickle serrano peppers, and so the serrano pepper is a vertical device instead of a horizontal device, and so that hand guard can't really do you any favors. And so I went, never in a million years, not me, not ever once. And I do with that thing. And it was the third one on the mandolin, where I was casually doing this, and I said, the height is not changing that much. I'm not making that big of a cut. Cut, shump, and the shump was the very, very tip of my index finger. Observe, if you will, that one is curved while the other is flat. There's just a flat spot. I cut like a millimeter, including the nail. It's barely a thing. It's just a red spot. It looks like a blood blister, and it feels like one too. And it's very clean cut. Yeah, that gets an off for me. I won't show it again on camera. It's just the story. But yeah, that was and the blade, of course, was covered in hot pepper oil, so that was even more fun. Just burning sensations all around. So if I'm doing Serranos again, I will not. Either I won't be using the mandolin because I'm good at chopping stuff, or I'm going to be super duper extra careful. Gross. Yeah, it is pretty gross. It's pretty cringy. I won't show it again. But yeah, that's if you notice that I'm holding my index finger out from stuff, that's why. that would be why. That would be why. The mandolin's the one with Baby Yoda. Yeah. That God, the one episode of Mandalorian I could pick apart as like the one with Jack Black and Lizzo. I could pick that apart as like a PSA against corporate meddling, because you can see what they were trying to do with the show. They were trying to bring back IG-88 in an episode. Bring back, not turn into a mech that Baby Yoda uses, right? That's where all the corporate meddling came in. They say, you got rid of Baby Yoda, he's got to come back. He's the biggest marketing thing ever. And so they kind of rearranged some of the slots of an episode, because all the pieces are there for Mando to be going to this crazy place, talking to the Boffins about getting like a brain core for the robot, or the droid, I should say, and then getting the droid back up and operational and going through a little bit of an adventure, right? All those pieces are there, but then they're rearranged in sort of a weird order, and they end up with Grogu, Baby Yoda, being in IG-88's hollowed out corpse. Nuts. It's nuts. I watched that episode and I was just like, okay. That was it for the show. I was just, all right. Okay. I guess I'm done. My memory of the details are sparse, as my immune system is currently trying to block it off in some kind of a cyst in my brain that I cannot access in order to save me from harm. It's being memory holed as we speak. Man, you know, these STM32s are really powerful, but I don't know if we're ever going to have a use for them, unfortunately. They are completely obsolete and they are annoying to program. I bought 2 of these boards for like $10 just because I wanted to see what it took to program Arduino STM32. Turns out it was so easy. We got into this. It was mainly, I mainly owe Ben Gizmo my life. Ben Gizmo, I owe my life for finding out how to get the overrides working for the clocks on that thing. Otherwise, we wouldn't have made any progress. I don't think I could have solved that myself. And that's one of the things about the projects that I do here. I like to keep it real with you guys and do things that we know how to do, you know, and not get in over our heads and get into stuff that's like, well, you know, whenever I stall, I tell you guys, like, this is stalled. I can't keep working on it. We got to end stream. There would have been no way that I would have figured that out in a million years. But Ben Gizmo figured it out by looking at something that somebody was doing in platform.io. They had a separate piece of programming in Platform.io that was a bunch of clock overrides in Arduino. It was the way that you do that anyway, but that code laid it out really nicely to get the STM32 to use its internal clock. You generally don't want to use the internal clock in a microcontroller because when it gets to longer timings, remember microcontrollers, we're running at like 70 megahertz, right? 70, yeah, not gigahertz. Some of them are almost a gigahertz now, and it's crazy that you're programming like a whole ass computer. No, in a microcontroller, you've got something that's stepping through your code line by line, and it's stepping timers line by line. It's doing things on clock ticks and micro clock ticks and stuff like that. It's basically like thinking about a giant clock running, like tick, 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 except those ticks are unfathomably short distances of time. The distance between ticks is unfathomable. It's so fast. And the thing about those ticks is when you have to count 70 million bajillion of them, things get a little bit weird. And so we use quartz crystals as timing devices. They're really quite spectacularly accurate. And then you compensate for temperature and things like that. You can get a little bit more complicated with them. You could also just have what's called a resonator, and that's a slightly less accurate crystal, but it's always more accurate than what's in the chip. I don't know what STM is doing. I don't think they put crystals in there. They're usually resistor capacitor timers. So you use a resistor to discharge a capacitor, then you charge a capacitor back and forth, and that gives you a timing. That's what the 555 does. The 555 timer is all about that. systems, partially why I hate 555 timers. They are less accurate over time. And like even even in the explosives reverse engineering job, we dealt with this quite regularly, is that the timers on these things are not that accurate. You can program a 2-minute timer, and that's going to vary widely because 2 minutes is an eternity for these crystals. I guess we can get away with it here. This thing, I guess the STM32 is capable of USB communication without having an external crystal. Usually that would kind of be where the buck stops with internal crystals. Your minute and hour timers are going to be off, and you can't do quick communications with things like USB. Apparently the STM32 can. It's probably fast enough. That's probably why they do it. But yeah, crazy stuff. But yeah, we had to flip it over to its internal using a very ill-known method. All right, so we're going to be using this today. We're going to be using, we can probably get away with a smaller board setup because we're really just doing digital comms. And then we also need one of the RP2040 knockoffs that I have. Go. Whereas I guess I'll have to solder new pins on one if I don't have one up here, which I don't think I do. Yeah, we'll start in just a minute. I'm curious about this mix. Just a minute. I need to get all those extra boards into here. All these things. There's one there, there's one here. We're gonna use one of these because I got a bunch of them. I got a big package of them. I got a big package. Full stop. We're going to be using a lot of these, actually, these little knockoff RP2040s in the simulator project, so that should be pretty cool. This will be fun today because it's a little bit more hacky than what we typically do. For the life of me, and maybe you guys are better than I am at this stuff, I would hope, researching into the very nitty-gritty specifics of how BMW's internal LIN bus communication goes down, because they're not exactly listing the packets that I can send, and there's probably an automotive tool that has these programmed in, but it's not open source, and I don't know how I would get basically the automotive equivalent of this. Man, I smell soy sauce. I had an egg that was marinated in soy sauce, which is delicious, but now all I do is every now and then mix has been decent. I approve of 8-Ball. Yeah, 8-Ball's one of the better DJs on the Ripecast. If it's not for just pop stuff or just the themes, I do like the chilled out mixes, and this is the only thing keeping me my finger on the pulse of electronic music. I kind of fell into obscurity. Anyway, so yeah, there's not exactly like a published like, hey, here are the addresses that we are using. Usually it's like, oh, I need to plug that in. Sorry, Hairbothan. You'll get a startup fart, a start fart, fart, an S fart, a boot fart, a blood fart. Oh, I hear the two puppies that live next door outside. Willa's gonna go psycho. There you go. There's the start fart. And actually, I need to test something real quick. I gotta. I have an idea. Okay, that still works. As long as it's no shart. A shart start. A shart fart start. I don't know, my brain is descending into madness. So BMW is not exactly keen to print a list of packets that it can accept, right? I wish Mercedes did this as well. I need to find Mercedes and BMW, and because the automotive tools are supposed to run from your computer through the OBD port, through CAN bus, what the program would be doing is requesting that another controller sends the packets over. So that's stuff you got to spend time hunting for. It's going to be deep in the nitty gritty. If there are engineering files that have been, there probably are, right? There probably are very low level tech things out there. Namely, I would need something, Best thing I could do is to maybe plug this thing into one of these LIN bus boards and make it just like a battery powered accessory that I can carry around. And then if I can get like 2 probe wires into the back of somebody's car and get a scan of like a minute of communication, I would have more than enough information to do everything I needed to do. Because there's 2 signals that I'm really looking for with these things. Because the steering wheel, the LIN bus is just a system of polling, right? The bus master just says, "Hey, you," and then this thing will reply, or it'll get an instruction from the "Hey, you." Most of our stuff is HID input. So we're dealing with, hey, what are the buttons at? And then we get a packet back that says what the buttons are at, and then that would give it the backlight value and whether or not the headlights are on, and then the car's other system would communicate with CAN bus to turn on the backlights, like for the seats. I think there are lights behind the seat buttons. I want them all on. I want to turn all that stuff on. So if I sniff a packet out of somebody's car, I sniff their car, then maybe perhaps I would be able to get the statuses, all the LIN bus packet statuses, but we're talking about 2 separate car companies here. BMW, the BMW nerds, get down to the brass tacks on all of their stuff. They really, really do. Like the E46, the memory of the ECU has been mapped. Like they know all that stuff. Where do I find that for the F10? I don't know. I would very much like to know though. You know what, we do know the CAN bus packet to send to this thing to turn the backlight on. We tried to send it. We need to send it on repeat for it to actually, you know, light up properly. But like we know CAN bus. We don't know from the same generation of car, LIN bus. But this gets a backlight packet. This also gets a backlight packet, but it's in a different language. So what is it going to be? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. The only person that I know that has a BMW F10 is my brother, and he is a couple states away. So I can't jump over and plug something into his car and listen. It might come down to that. I might have to rip his whole dashboard out. It looks kind of like anything that you would do with this switch, you would do before putting the dashboard on, because these are the bolts that hold it on. They're down here. So there's something over top of this whole thing, and it's in a part of the car. I don't think that's going to be easy to get to. BMW F10 headlight switch. Yeah, it's like this whole piece would have to be removed, right? Oh, this one has the extra Euro headlight switch installation. Yeah, we don't have this button. We don't have this button. Knob replacement, where to buy one, etc. See, it's only 20 bucks. Oh, I could have gotten the whole panel. Oh, that would have been cool. For 30 bucks. That would have been cool. I could have had the whole panel. That's a legit reason for a visit. If we get desperate enough, there's no telling what's going to happen today. We're playing it by the seat of our pants once again. I am a little bit too good at improvising this kind of stuff, and so we're improvising it. Just searching that, you get people who have errors. Headlight error, driver's side headlight LIN bus error, BMW headlight fault. Fault number is not going to have anything to do with the packet, I don't think. That would be a pretty broad assumption, brash assumption. Hey, what's up, lines and squares? How's everybody doing? We're going to do a little bit of my bread and butter today, which is reverse engineering. Not quite as bread and butter as the hardware section of this was, but we do know that this thing, it doesn't speak iBus. iBus is for the radio. This thing speaks LIN bus. The problem is any of these how-tos and troubleshooting things aren't dealing with it on the technical level that we are. So we're going to have to kind of guess addresses. I'm looking for Java code which either means my day will be great or awful. So far, it's fine. Oh, geez. That sounds like a bit much. See, this is not gonna have it. And then the technical details will be for repairing stuff using their tools. And what their tools are gonna do is speak to something that speaks CAN bus first, and then have the CAN bus thing speak to the thing that speaks LIN bus. And so you don't need to know all the nitty gritty of what the LIN bus packets are. So we're kind of out on our own on this one. This is how to aim your headlights at oncoming traffic. Yeah, see, they're just worried about wiring. They're not worried about LIN addresses. Nobody's going to really have that information, are they? Ooh, it's getting cold in here. It's supposed to be 70 degrees today, but the basement always lags the outside temperature just because of the ground table. Real oh bother reverse engineering. Draw a schematic on MS Paint. Yes. In its most basic form. We used to use a program to do it, but you would also take a sheet of paper and just start your schematic on paper next to you. So instead of on paper, I do on MS Paint. MS Paint! All right, we'll get started in just a sec. Is this still the same mix, or did it... No, it's still low pressure vision. This is a 2-hour mix. We're gonna turn the music down very subtly. We got YouTube running, right? Yeah, there's just nobody in there. Ooh, we had 3 viewers at one point. Check that out. Look at this, man. I'm making it big on YouTube, man. Step aside, Mr. Beast. Here comes Oh Bother. Legendarily popular single viewer streamer, Oh Bother. Streaming out to all his YouTube fans. Look at how many of them there are. I mean, 10 views is actually pretty damn good. I don't understand. YouTube streaming just doesn't... I'm freezing right now. It's like 70 out, though. If I go out there, I'm going to be sweating. We know LIN bus package structure. Yes, we do. And that's what we're doing today. So let me explain what's going on. So we have this headlight switch, right? I mean, so take it from the top. Let's get the scope out of there. Frames, go. Okay. Start soon. My brother, actually, we'll turn the clock back even further. I love simulator stuff because there's a lot of like engineering that goes into it. There's a lot of little electronic things that you can do with simulator stuff, and it's always fun to play a driving game or a flying game if you have a steering wheel or a stick. And I've got a lot of that stuff. I've been collecting this stuff since I was a teenager. I am well past my teenage years. I don't know if you guys know that about me, but I have a lot of this stuff that has been acquired by means that typically you might not be able to source this kind of stuff in. I got in touch with a Reddit user and bought their X65F stick. That one has a really good throttle on it. The stick I don't really care for because it's force sensitive, and so you don't feel that you're moving it around. You don't really feel that you're moving the stick around, right? You don't really get any feedback from this. So what'll happen is you'll start trying to do something with the stick, and you'll go white knuckle on it, and then the base will slip off, and you'll slam your fist down on the table. It happened to me several times in simulators. This happened to me several times in simulators. Anyway, yeah, so I don't use the X65F stick. I use the throttle, which is really nice. The stick had kind of clicky buttons, whereas the Warthog has these like real nice rubbery buttons on them. I bought a Warthog from a friend, and I bought one on my own, and one of them I got in touch with a forum junkie on Star Citizen who made a left-handed mold out of plastic, and it's really nice. It's really nicely made. I don't think they make it anymore, right? I don't think they make it anymore. I don't think they're doing any orders. They did a couple, but they were such a perfectionist with the plastic that they're not doing it anymore. So then I thought, hey, My Summer Car is a pretty fun game. Maybe I should hook a steering wheel up for that. And I went down the rabbit hole of buying an actual Mercedes steering wheel because it had up, down, left, and right buttons on it. And all the other call buttons and stuff like that. That put us down for a multi-year project because Mercedes is not stumbling over themselves in order to give us right to repair people any sort of headway into figuring out what specific packets are running around on their LIN bus. The LIN consortium made a standard, and LIN bus has a standard structure, but it does not have a standard addressing system. There may or may not be features at some addresses. We have a fairly small address pool, and so what we were able to do with the steering wheel is brute force it. I brute forced it. I don't know how long it took. It might have taken overnight. And we were able to actually find the address that spits out the status of all the buttons. There may be other LIN bus things. There's probably an address to put it into a programming mode that is hyper toxic, that is like absolutely radioactive, and we cannot get anywhere near that. Because if we accidentally, the gesture confirms that teenage bother has never left. I am still teenage me, but I'm also a lot of other things now. So we figured out the steering wheel insofar as I can use it. There's packets that'll put it into a programming mode where we can brick the device. There's packets that'll do things like backlight. I would really love to know what those backlight packets are, because now we have a device that has the little backlight control. The little, you know, I don't know if I should be doing that. Anyway, so it exists. We have the devices. We know the packets. We just don't know what they are. So that was the steering wheel. We got the steering wheel to work, and I hooked it up to a giant three-phase motor, giant servo motor, put our own custom encoder on there. I put a fairly expensive Swedish, I think, the Granite Devices simulator controller thing onto it, right? And that got us there. We got a whole car steering wheel. I bought pedals from a BMW. We hooked those up to the system. We were able to get all this stuff working within the Granite Devices controller. It was a thing that clipped onto the side of my desk. So it's this like 20-pound desk clip device. And the thing about clipping onto the side of the desk is at a weird height. It's not quite at a driving height. You're sitting in a chair that can wheel and rotate. So when I'd go to hit the brakes, my office chair would want to twist. Because I had a way of locking down the office chair into the system. It became so much stuff that I might as well have just built a sim pit. So fast forward to a couple years of this thing sitting on the side. We beat the My Summer Car Rally with it, and I didn't really care to plug it in again for a while. Talking to Flatulent Gonad, he's got this whole system where he's sitting in a comfy chair, and he has wooden controls and the steering wheel and everything, and he's able to like play My Summer Car and have a grand old time, flip to a flight simulator. It's no big deal. My brother bought an old BMW, and there's nothing more expensive than an old BMW. He had to do all these mileage maintenances on it, and at some point he was walking through a junkyard. I don't know why, because you shouldn't be buying parts from a junkyard to do mileage maintenance on a BMW. Anyway, the point is he was in a junkyard, and he ran across the luxury interior. So he bought the luxury interior of a BMW and swapped his. That means he had chairs, just car seats sitting around. And I was like, dearest brother, please bestow upon me for this holiday season a chair. And so he shows up Thanksgiving with a whole BMW F10 chair. For those of you that don't know, this generation of BMW is electronic. This is the brain of the chair. I bought this for $20 because I thought I wasn't getting the brain, but then he dropped off the brain. So this thing has its own brain. This is a different brain. This is a more different brain. It would be kind of cute if we could use this more different brain to do things like the steering wheel controls. But again, for another $20, I bought the steering column from a Mercedes. I had the chair, put it all together. Now we have a motorized chair with various controls. We have a steering wheel with buttons. We have motorized controls for the steering wheel position. I've got my BMW pedals. And we have the Granite Devices controller. Problem with the Granite Device controller? Here, it's sitting right here, so I can just grab it. The problem with this controller is that this thing does not take an external input. It can run a screen. You can flip all the buttons to these Ethernet cables here. These are basically just analog and digital inputs. You only have as many as there are pins on the Ethernet cable. You can't, with an external API, speak to this thing. They don't let you. That's on Granite Devices. Granite Devices pivoted, and instead of having the DIY controller, they've packed everything into their own servo motor. So, moving away from Granite Devices, we're still going to use their motor controlling board. I don't know if I can load code up onto this thing. I don't know. We may have to get a new board. I can use OpenFFB, Open Force Feedback Project, Open Force Feedback Board, to control the motor and get all the same stuff out of it that Granite Devices gets. In addition to that, OpenFFB speaks CAN bus, and CAN bus is so incredibly common that we have multiple pieces of car equipment. Wait, do we? We have one piece of car equipment that uses it. But if I can get a Raspberry Pi to speak CAN bus, then so too can I get it to run Node Red. And if I've got all of my inputs in Node Red, I can have all of my outputs in Node Red, and then I can just make spaghetti in order to connect them to each other. We can just make a whole bunch of little spaghettis, and those spaghettis can also do things like alter the numbers, so that we have a series of HID devices plugged into a hub, including the OpenFFB board, and we can control what they're seeing of the network. We can basically send them CAN bus from the Raspberry Pi. So basically we can start with CAN bus. All of our analogs will go into individual CAN bus devices. They'll publish on that line. Then we'll have a little interpreter in there, the Raspberry Pi, listening on the CAN bus, creating new packets that will then feed HID devices inputs and outputs. Now the speed of that, I'm a little wary of. I know the speed might not be good. We need to make that test. I need to put that test together. That's the idea though. So there's the explanation of everything. So why am I talking about LIN-bus? Why am I talking about brute force hacking of a switch? Modern cars are a series of digital devices now. The reason they are is because, as we've seen, all that stuff is buried. It's berry flavored. All of this stuff, these are all the components of the system, and deep in there's a couple BMW stalks, the turn signals and stuff, and those are multi-position devices. Instead of having one wire for each position of the stalk, like for the windshield wipers, they have one wire and different voltage levels on that one wire. And that system is so baked into car design that even this digital device uses that system with its microcontroller. So the microcontroller will see a different voltage level for each of the positions of this selector switch, instead of having multiple. I mean, geez, it's a 16-bit microcontroller. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. One analog, 5 individual pin switches. They could have done it that way. The thing had like 16 freaking. It had like 30 pins. That was a very pin-laden device that we saw inside of it. Very small microcontroller, very cheap, but very pin-laden. And they even have a specific driver for the LIN-bus stuff. So they could have run it like we would, or like an Xbox controller does, and have just an individual pin per input, but I guess they decided to have their wonky like voltage level thing. That way you can run fewer wires. Well, when you have a complex amount of systems in something, this backlights itself, it has all these switch positions and stuff, that means signal in and signal out, or you would have 2 wires. One would be a voltage level and the other would be a backlight. Instead, now you have 2 little microcontrollers that are super duper cheap, and you have 3 wires that run to all of your little accessories like this. So these buttons and switches, the door, the window up and down, all of these sort of low priority human, if in microcontrollers, the human in the whole equation is the slowest thing. When you're talking microcontroller timings and pin, pulls and stuff like that, things are super fast, right? So fast that the human is like just intolerably slow in the system. So you have all of these low-level human interaction devices on your LIN bus, and that brings it away from CAN bus so that your CAN bus can be unburdened by these low-priority tasks. That's what we're dealing with. The Mercedes steering wheel spoke CAN bus. We bit-banged doing a poll of all the addresses until it responded. We're going to do that with this switch. I need to make sure that all my ducks are in a row, that all of the hardware is squared away, and we're going to get an RP2040 to do this task instead of whatever I got last time. I don't remember. So we're basically just going to say, hey, are you there? Okay, are you there? Okay, are you there? And eventually something will respond. That's the idea anyway. What are you guys saying? I want to know what it's doing with it. With what? That whole computer? Why does a chair need that much processing? I know. The chair speaks CAN bus. It speaks CAN bus. They gave it the biggest damn microcontroller I can't say that it's the largest that I've seen, but I don't think I've seen one that's larger. It is epically huge. This thing speaks CAN bus directly though, but it does a lot more than you would think. There's a lot more to a car seat than you would think. There's heaters in it, and you need to make sure that the heaters don't light the car on fire. There's motors that use current, and so you need a shunt in order to figure out how much current that motor's using. And these draw like amps. So what else conceivably could this thing be doing? I mean, on the luxury models, it runs a massage chair. There's maintenance packets that you need to interpret. There's a lot, but yeah, that's a bit much. I don't know when they came up with it. Stream stuttering? I'm certainly not. Let me check my credentials on Twitch. Where's my bitrate? Bitrate's green. So I've seen some channels are having somewhat of a bad time. Man, that was me stuttering. That is my own brain stuttering. Some channels have had a little bit of a bad time. Like Sark hasn't been getting his encoders for a while. I don't know if that's on him or not. His internet's not great, so it stopped. All right. Cars self-immolating are very frustrating. I mean, this thing, I don't think this computer runs anything airbag related. I think the airbags are on their own, or there's some other trigger for them. But yeah, I mean, there's all kinds of weird stuff that the chair does. There's a motor for the lumbar support, which is just like a bag that inflates. Honestly, I don't know what else this thing could possibly be doing. In the later models, all the motors have encoders. Well, not later, in the luxury model, the motors have encoders on them. And so this thing would read the signals back from the encoders to know what the position of the seat is and be able to go back to a memory position. We don't have those sensors on the motors. There are pins and wires for those sensors on the motors, but some seats have LEDs. I think the controls in this one have LEDs. But anyway, so yeah, a seat can be a pretty crazy thing, I guess. I guess it warrants an entire computer. This thing is a better example of it, though, because it has this dinky little microcontroller and a dinky little 16-bit, or no, is it 8? No, 16-bit microcontroller in this thing that just runs 5 buttons. In the Euro model, there's another button here, and while we have the rubber for it inside, we don't have the button. So I am unfortunately limited by the technology of my time and my geolocation. There's also provisions for a second fader, I guess, to do the headlight height, which is illegal here. We can have auto-adjusting headlight height, but we can't have the user in charge of such things, which is odd. I'm going to remind myself of what pin is what before we get started, and then we're going to hook this thing up to the LIN bus, and we'll dig out my software, and we'll see what it all takes. But yeah, it's a fascinating thing. You're saving tons of wires. That's why they're doing it. If people asking, it's just a headlight switch. Why doesn't it just, control stuff locally? And that's what this one did. These are all the wires that go out to the various lights in an E46. This is F10. This is a much, early 2000s, mid 2000s. This one is 2015. I think 2014, 2013. Anyway, so this was the whole module, and frustratingly, I couldn't find my friend's switch. I don't know what happened to it. It has been floating around the shop for ages. The thing that I'm most frustrated with is that this one doesn't have an ambient light sensor. They would run like a little plastic circle on this would be a clear lens that went to a photodiode, and then that would tell you what the ambient light level was around your car. So if the sun was up, your headlights wouldn't auto turn on. That's what the auto setting is here. So auto headlights. We don't get that in this one. We got that in the one that came with this, but I lost it. I don't know where it is. I just simply do not know where it is, and it's very frustrating. But you can see here, they still had an entire damn computer. Are they using the same Freescale? Oh my God. These hacks. They must have bought like a whole truckload of these Freescale semiconductor units. They love all those wires. Well, all the wires would come into here, and then your switch would plug directly into the module that does that. And so this speaks probably CAN bus and a bunch of other stuff, and flips all of these high power FET styled switches. It's mostly solid state. Oddly, on the chair, they went to relays. Maybe the relays are cheaper. But again, this thing saves you all of these wires. Instead, you put a dinky little microcontroller in this thing, and then you can put a dinky little microcontroller in your headlights. And they can be separate. One can be on CAN bus, this can be on LIN bus. You adjust this, it gets pulled, it tells the controller, hey, I'm at this level now. And then it will tell the headlights what to do. And so that saves you wires everywhere. That's how they did that, a photodiode. Well, either a photodiode or a photoresistor. I don't think they had the classic photoresistor, but I think it was a photodiode. I forget. If I ever find it, we can see. One day, I'm gonna like move this desk, this giant industrial desk that I have. I'm gonna move it and it'll drop out. And I'll be like, ah, it was there this whole time. I'll be an old wizened gray man. Anyway, so that's the system that we're dealing with. And we know that that's what this thing is doing. We know it's just speaking LIN bus because we've got a literal LIN bus controller sitting on it. To be fair, this thing might actually be speaking LIN bus to its own control panel. There is a separate line on this that's 5 volts that we didn't really need, but supposedly that does the panel on the side. Maybe we should grab that panel off of the seat and see what it does. Maybe I can find a picture of it online. Probably not. I would assume that this saves a massive amount of wires in the car. I mean, they're not exactly pinching the pounds off of it though, because you've got all the new safety systems and stuff are gonna weigh way more than what you've saved in wiring. But you know, to be honest, it lowers the complexity of everything too. So you can have a bunch of digital devices that are looking after themselves, and they'll just literally tell you if there's, hey, I've got a problem over here. And you're like, oh, okay, cool. Instead of flipping a switch and seeing it not working or partially working, you get an answer from the device. Hey, this is in a bad state. I don't know what's going on. The molds for this are fascinating. Clearly CNC, but not polished. They did not polish their molds on the insides, which is kind of fascinating. You can see all the machining lines. Not out here. This is a nice texture. I don't know why that's like that. I would love to get this texture out of machining, but look at that. Weird. I wonder when we're going to see fiber optic rather than copper. The infotainment system in several modern generations of BMW are using a fiber optic loop around the car. I would love, instead of like the LIN bus controllers, if I were going to ascend and become one of these YouTube fabricator builder people for car stuff, I would absolutely be using fiber optics to make a network like that and put everything on the CAN bus, everything on CAN signal timing, but through fiber optics, because it would be awesome, hilarious, frustrating, stupid, not as stupid, but maybe it's a little smart and fun. It would be all of these things. And if I could get the components specifically, I'm wondering if I could use different frequencies in order to have like safety systems on the same thing that carries like your headlight switch would be on the same fiber optic line. And if there's ever a problem with the fiber optic lines, you know, it would tell you because it would be a loop. The one thing, I guess, what the fiber optics don't really like vibration all that much, I think. But still, you could have a fiber optic system in a car, and they do, but it's just for the entertainment system. I don't know what safety stuff they would have to get like approved in order to do the. I'm sure they want to though, because then you're not susceptible to radio and electrical noise. So we have this Atmega ATA. Oh, sorry about my fingertip. I had a slip up with the mandolin. I said, never me, never in a million years. Never ever would I use the mandolin without the finger guard. I would always use the finger guard, and then I became a statistic. It got a little bit of my nail too. Nice flat spot on my finger. Let's use a pointing device. CAN over fiber would mean you could probably talk to components miles away while still keeping the timing. Yeah, and I don't know if they have different protocols for fiber communications. I haven't looked into that. I am enough of a nerd to want to figure that out, but I don't know if they're running, because like you would just throw the TX and RX from here into like a fiber optic transceiver and it would just do the rest. I don't know how that stuff is handled, to be honest. Communications protocols are fascinating. You can read about all kinds of ones, but you can't get specific answers for your specific microcontroller, like this one here. This thing knows all the secrets. It has all the information smugly. And we're just trying to communicate with this little 16-bit microcontroller through the CAN bus. This won't tell us a damn thing. It's possible that if we sit on the TX and RX, then we would see communications going through, but we could just get that from the other side of CAN. So, anywho, so yeah, microcontrollers speaking to the transceiver. The transceiver goes through a bunch of like stuff to make sure that the signal's okay. I think this might be the voltage regulator, not sure. And then it goes out to the bus. So we know this is the bus. We know this pin is power because it goes immediately into a power thing. If I rip the board out again. All the power they really crammed the electronics on this thing like they had no space for it, but they really did have a lot of space. Well, these multiple ground planes, huh? I wonder what that's about. So yeah, we've got big diodes going to the power and the ground. And the reason for that is just like in the musical synthesizer stuff, the big diodes are there to protect the user from blowing up their equipment. It would be an absolute disaster in a modern car if you hooked the battery up backwards and there wasn't regulations about them needing to be robust. That's a weird word because it's overused in engineering. They need to be strong enough to not get killed by being plugged in backwards. And so we've got two big diodes on the power here just to make sure. Now you got a big capacitor because cars are electrically very noisy. But yeah, so this one is connected to a plane. So the one that's towards the button is ground, and then power here goes immediately into a diode, which then comes out here and sneaks its way around to some kind of a regulator somewhere. I don't know. I think it's probably this guy over here because it's got a big old resistor. All right, so the pinout is relatively clear. Assuming that this is ground, I guess I can't really know that unless I trace it out from like the microcontroller or the CAN bus thing. Let's take a look. I want to be absolutely sure that ground is ground and power is power. I guess I could do that with the diodes too, because we got the data sheet right here. Oh geez, they even got like a specific thing for their VCC ignition, V battery. VSS, VCC, PVCC, PVC, what is going on here? In H, LIN bus, RXD, ground on pin 5. So this is ground plane. Are there no vias? What's going on here? Okay, it sneaks its way over to here where it hits a via. So that via, okay, I'm not doing that. I could use the multimeter to trace it out. I'm not doing that. Screw that. I'm assuming that this ground plane is ground and that it's connected there and it's not power. It's not a power plane. It's a power move. That's for the button. I see, because that one's missing. It might be the resistor for the LED. Actually, that might be what all of these are. Oh, those are the resistors for the LEDs. Those have nothing to do with the communication. Yeah, this is for the LED that goes under the backlight for this device. If you had another one of these, you would have resistor. That's two resistors. There's only one LED. Don't think you're smarter than me, headlight thing. They might run these to individual pins on the microcontroller. Because look at how many pins there are. That is a lot of pins. That's a lot of I/O. So, all right, anyway. Okay, before I forget again, I'm trying to make sure that I'm plugging this thing in right, because we don't see it do anything until we poll it. Yeah, that's definitely the LIN bus input. LIN bus in the middle, power is inside, ground's outside. Ground the outside, ground the outside. So yeah, we didn't have to take this thing apart. I could have just left this whole thing together. And then looking at the back. I have it labeled properly. Ground the outside. Okay, I had it labeled properly. I had to double check. You know, sometimes it's shocking what you can get wrong. Being able to say robust to take a hit is okay usage of it. Okay. Now I'm just going to check to see, do we have any YouTube commenters? No, nobody's found YouTube yet. There's 2 people there. They're both probably bots. Okay. So we need to brute force this thing. This came with a pigtail, which is helpful. And so the pigtail we plugged into power, ground, and LIN bus, and we observed it on the scope. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. We gave it a resistor to positive power so that it would have something to pull down. I don't know what the resistors are supposed to be on the LIN bus. That may be one of the problems, is that we didn't have it hooked up correctly. So what I'm doing is I'm going to move it over to this board, and we're going to give it an RP2040. And then the RP2040 is going to brute force the LIN bus. And we're going to pretty much use the exact same program that we used before, only armed with the knowledge that it works, because that was how we got into the steering wheel. Same generation of technology. I don't know what year specifically my wheel is from, but it's I think it's AMG. I don't know, Mercedes, AMG, I don't know. But it responded very nicely to our little request for pins, for statuses. So I'm plugging this into the breadboard, and the reason that I'm doing that is when you solder these pins, they're pretty cheaply made. They, you know, everybody's counting beans these days, right? So the plastic on these doesn't really like the heat of soldering irons. And if you solder them just in plain open air without anything plugged into them, they can tend to melt and things will get all wackadoodle. What we're building is a simulator setup that uses luxury car parts. There's a seat from a BMW F10, the Mercedes-Benz, I think S-Class, I don't know Mercedes that well. It's their steering wheel. And so I'm getting together all of my various car parts in order to build a big man baby chair that I'll be able to play driving games with. And so I've got here is a BMW F10 headlight switch that I bought for 20 bucks. I couldn't find my E46 switch, so we're using the F10 switch. The F10 switch, you just stated, uses LIN bus, L-I-N bus, which is the same thing that the Mercedes steering wheel used. So we have parts for working with LIN bus on a microcontroller. BMW, Mercedes, they're not exactly stumbling over themselves in order to share what the packets are on their communication buses. If anybody has any information out there, any of you with, I'm not necessarily asking, I mean, yeah, if we do actually have somebody that views that is a mechanic and has access to those like low-level tools, I would love to know certain specific packets on the LIN bus of both versions of car. That software is so incredibly expensive that I doubt there's a single person that has access to it that views this show. But if anybody can dig anything up, we need to know what the addresses are on the Mercedes, probably about the same year, like 2014-ish, 2015-ish, Mercedes. Well, I mean, I got that thing way back in like 2010, 2009. So I think it's a little earlier on the Mercedes, but the steering wheel communication LIN bus packets, like what we say on LIN bus in order to get a response and all that. And the BMW 2014, 2013 F10 series headlight switch, what those packets are. I can't really find that information. It's very, very specific. And so what we're forced to do is brute force into this thing. There's only so many memory, only so many addresses that you can communicate over the LIN bus. So we need to figure out what they are by polling for a response. Varying types of communication. With the things that we're looking at right now, they are LIN bus, LIN, which is the LIN Consortium, Local Interconnect Network, and the steering or the chair, the BMW seat, as well as the automatic shifter that I have. Is that? Oh, I can look on thermals. Yeah, okay, it's not hot. Thermal camera coming in handy. Yeah, so without that information, we basically are just taking shots in the dark, which is what we did with the steering wheel in the first place, because Mercedes doesn't publish, or at least not not that I could access. It doesn't really publish what the different packets are. And it's kind of a big right to repair thing, knowing what those addresses are, but they don't want you to modify their systems, right? And when you do communicate with those systems, with the LIN bus system, you're typically going in through a computer tool that uses the CAN bus to communicate with the LIN bus. So externally publishing the various LIN bus packets that your device can receive is not really an incentive. There's no purpose for that. So that sticks us with the, frankly, kind of fascinating job of figuring out what this thing will listen to. I don't know the structure at all of what the backlight packet might be. So if anybody has access to these pins on their car and they want to do a little bit of signal logging, nobody wants to do that. Nobody wants to do that. Nobody's going to do that, bother. You need to find the car and get to the wiring harness yourself. So we're setting up a new microcontroller for this project. I could spin one of the other ones into this, but I bought a whole like 10 pack of these things. So I'm gonna use these RP2040 Seed Studio Zhao knockoffs. These are $2 each, and they're faster than any of the other electronics that we're trying to communicate with. It's kind of incredible where things have gone with these. And it's interesting to think that car design has been swinging towards exactly the kind of stuff that we love doing here. Instead of having a big wiring harness, they have a big digital device that's polling everybody. It's kind of crazy. And also, industrial robotics have been moving to CAN bus for a long time now. So it's a fairly interesting and useful thing to know how to manipulate if you happen to know somebody who works at a company that does that kind of stuff. Because I don't really see myself immediately getting a job in it. And I'm sure there's a lot of very smart computer science majors that do that better than I do. We're a little bit more hacky here. Maybe I can make a tool that does... No, wait, no, they already did that and it's sitting right here. I don't think this thing has anything to do with LIN bus, but you could definitely make a program for it that would use the pins as a TX and RX as they have with this thing. I bet you I could spin that off pretty quickly, or find somebody else that's done it. But it would be fascinating to turn that thing into a logger for LIN bus. The only problem is I don't have anything that I can plug into. So, you know, I would have to, hey, can I take this for a test drive? With all of, why are you holding all of those automotive interior tools? You just let me take the test drive. I could just show up at a car dealer and be like, hey man, I'll buy you a donut if you let me scan this car. I could act like I was a Fed. All right, we need USB-C. USB-C. Did he just say USB-C? Well, yes, but USB-C. There should be one over here. I don't know what happens to all of my USB-C stuff. What the heck is that? Oh, it's Groovy something with some kind of a cursed emote. Actual 21 donut throw. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I don't know how, like, if there's like lower level documentation, because the mechanics aren't going to be dealing with the bus protocol on that level. And the people using the published tools for car maintenance aren't going to be working with the protocol on that level. They are just simply going to be throwing, you know, some code at it from a computer program. Do you need a car to learn messing with the car type electronics and protocols like CAN or LIN? I have proven that to be untrue because I don't have the car stuff and I'm messing with CAN bus on this thing. CAN bus is not exclusive to cars, so you don't necessarily need a car, or if you are a little bit clever, this shifter had a couple people publish tutorials on how to use it. Now this thing I think costs like $100 on eBay, so maybe that's a little prohibitively expensive. But I mean, no, you don't really need a car. You do need to know some things if you're gonna mess with like car parts on the CAN bus. Some car parts are looking for certain signals, like I'm alive, I'm a car, things like that. The more crazy stuff like the ECU and the central body controller and stuff, I wouldn't mess with, just because they need like security lockout protocols to function sometimes, and they can kind of just like brick if they don't. I don't think they can brick if they don't have it, but they just don't respond if they don't get the right security stuff. It does get really complicated, and a lot of this stuff isn't worth reverse engineering if it's so locked away. What's the cheapest car thing? This is up there. This is the headlight switch of the F10, but this speaks LIN bus and not CAN bus. So I don't know. I don't know what's out there. There's all kinds of stuff though. But the best place to start is from like a tutorial. If you can find a tutorial. I don't think any of the simulator people are messing with this because there's not enough buttons on it. It feels like a real car though. Yeah, go to a junkyard, get something from a modernish car. That's a good idea too. That's a good idea too. Yeah, I wish man, if I could go to a junkyard and just like, even a crashed car, flip the key in the start position with a battery hooked up and... Can I make my own car HID device? Well, HID is a human interface device. Usually it's used to refer to like USB protocol in a computer because the computer has a whole category HID for like keyboards and joysticks and stuff like that. I mean, yeah, you could probably make something like a switch panel and have it communicate in CAN. I don't know what you would do with it in your car if it doesn't already have an endpoint. That's a little different. Well, sky's the limit. Whatever you can imagine, you could do. I believe in you. I believe in you. Let's see. So in order to run this, we're going to actually need to have 12 volts going to the micro. This is where the LIN bus board was a little funky. This is not for Arduino. This is for a different device, a different microcontroller platform, and it was supposed to just plug in and work. What are you trying to do? They have high-end ECU modules that let you read engine stats from Bluetooth. You're not reading it from Bluetooth, you're reading it from CAN bus and then transmitting it over Bluetooth. Oh, you were just telling that other user that. Why is this not plugging in? It's because it hasn't been, this needs to be primed. These things are sometimes stiff from the factory, and so I use various pin tools to kind of give them an immediate poke. Just kind of helps them out. Shouldn't have to do this. Yeah, this is not for a real car. I wouldn't need to interact with this on this level if this is for a real car. Although if I were fabricating a car from scratch, that's practically what this is. It's kind of what we're doing anyway. Just notice the sub badge. What, the Nixie tube? Buttons, displays. Have you seen the Ferrari Luci's dash? Oh man, that's crazy. Those things are crazy. I don't need all those buttons on the wheel. We do have buttons on the wheel though. Drums on a wheel. Can I get drums on a wheel? Sorry, it's an Aesop Rock song from a video game. All right. So like, yeah, sky's the limit. You can make all that stuff from scratch. There's a lot of people trying to like 3D print and create those F1 wheels with all the buttons on it and then have the displays just like you have in a race car. I'm not really interested in making a race car. I want to make a luxury car. So that's what this sim is all about. But I want to make it with the real car parts because the real car parts feel like real car parts. The switch feels exactly like a BMW switch, and I can locate it in a similar spot as a BMW headlight switch. And so at a glance, I can go, turn on the headlights. Even though nowadays, the 2020 design would have you poking buttons on a screen, which is so much cheaper than having to physically make switches. So you go, oh, I have to go to settings, car mode, headlight module mode. Do I want adaptive or do I want the brights? And by then you have crashed into a school of orphans. So now they're getting back to putting buttons back in cars. Thank fuck. Because the direction this is headed is a great direction. They're going towards digital protocols in order to save on copper. But then if you take that and you put it on a screen, that's infinitely cheaper. And it's much worse for safety. Much, much worse. All right, so we are making a brute forcer because there is no published protocol. Can I link a video on YouTube if it is relevant to what we're doing right now. Otherwise, you can share it on the Discord. I like to keep it a little bit on topic. A little, not much. Poor orphans, they knew what they were getting into. They were all guilty of crime. See, there it is. That's the one that was messing me up. It's like there's something in it already. What's up with you? What did you do? Maybe I poked it and it got into the wrong thing. All right, I have to do my own moderation here. Let's see. Let's see if it's relevant. Oh, it's just the switches on a Ferrari wheel, right? Oh, YouTube, could you load slower, please? Yeah, I mean, those are all fascinating controls, and you could probably make those yourself if you really want to. There are a lot of companies trying to make them, though, and so you might be able to just buy your way out of that. Oh, is that what this is? This is for sim racing? What's everybody viewed this part? See, the thing about what we're doing is these are my creations, and so I will be able to make them do whatever I want. No, I'm not going to ban you. It's perfectly relevant. More about the UI and the user experience? Well, we're not going to have a UI. And the thing is, like, I'm going to be able to use stuff like this drum pad in order to, like, turn on the shop lights if I want to. Just because everything's interconnected in here. So, okay, we're going to do a little bit of brute forcing. And to do a little brute forcing, we need a microcontroller, and then we need something that speaks LIN bus, and then we need to power everything up. This can take 12 volts in, and when I give it 12 volts, it will output 5 volts. I don't know how much current this thing does. Cells interlinked. Yeah, we will need patience, because once this thing starts up, it's got to run its full program. We'll see what my code does, and then we'll see if we want to do the same thing. That's 5 volts. So we got 5 volts here that we can run to the micro to have it run independently, or I can just leave it isolated, which I might do just because we'll then power this with USB. So I guess we just need a TX and an RX. I don't really need it to be from a specific it doesn't need to be from a TX and RX pin. Oh, and then I've got this dinky little USB cable. I wonder if I can get to, I think this will be okay. I'm pretty sure it's 12 volts. Let's just look that up. Well, it's actually right here with the LIN bus chip. They take in V battery, and then LIN bus leaving is, well, it's directly from a pin on this thing. But they've got VS set to V battery, and then they've got the ignition switch there. PVCC is circuit protected with boosting, blah, blah, blah. VS transceiver, RXD. All right, let's look at the min-max tables. Ah! So much information. Operating voltage 5 to 27. Supply up to 40. I'm pretty sure it is, hold on, LIN bus. We can just find like a paper on it. Local interconnect network. LIN versus CAN. 1.0. We've got a LIN 2.0. One of the things about LIN bus 2.0 is that the bus master can ask what everybody's doing and get like a status packet from everyone with one command, and it can assign addresses to everyone. There should be, assuming that I got this out of a used car, right? I got this out of a used car because it was 27 bucks. If I bought it new, it'd probably be like $200, but whatever. For a 16-bit microcontroller. No sleeping on Ishbush. Oh, there is actually. There's all kinds of commands that are involved to put things to sleep. This came out of a used car. Somebody else had their dirty finger balls all over my switch. Anyway, being that it came out of a used car, the address has been assigned to this, likely. So maybe we have a fixed... Okay, Paul! We may have a fixed address on this, I hope. I don't know. Let's just, I think the voltage is 12 volts. But yeah, Lin 2.0, I was reading about it from the electronics papers explaining how the BMW F10 works to the technicians. But yeah, like I said, a technician is going to go in there through a computer program that's connected to CAN bus, and then the car will do its own Lin bus stuff on its own. So the mechanic doesn't really need to know what the different packets are on the bus, which is a problem for us, because that's what we need to know. Cruise control, wiper, climate control, radio, sensors for temperature, motors, cooling motors, side mirrors, position motors, window motors, home appliances, washing machines, refrigerator. Okay, I'm not paying the Lin Consortium in order to run my washing machine. Hey, what are we doing? Just get a smart car and chop the roof off. It's a sim rig. A buddy of mine came up to me one time and he says, hey, you want to see a V8 in a smart car? I said, boy, howdy, do I ever. Let's get in the back of your van. No, but he opens up the trunk of his smart car and there's a V8 block sitting in it. Because a smart car is two car chairs very close to each other and then just a little bit of space in the back. There is enough space to fit a V8 block in a smart car. Oddly enough. This is piss. This is like no information. Bidirectional single-wire architecture based on the K-line principle. Every Lin node is connected to the single-wire Lin bus, the supply voltage VBAT, and a shared ground. Lin allows for 12 and 24 volt systems across a maximum bus length of 40 meters with bit rates of 1 to 20 kbit, typically 9.6, 10.4, or 19.2. So yeah, that's what we got here. V-sub. Dominant and recessive. What? Yeah, 1K ohm resistor, and then 30K internal resistance, and then we're flipping to the Lin line. So 1K pull up and a switch to ground. I got to check that Cass Electronics. What's that? I don't know what that is. I was thinking it'd be V8 juice. Oh, I should have thought of that. Yeah, no, he just had a V8 block. All right, so hello world to the Arduino. To the RP2040. This is my microcontroller programming station. It's the Steam controller receiver block that they gave you to put on your desk. Runs behind this set of drawers, behind the oscope, to a 7-port USB hub that's attached to the side of the desk. And that hub plugs into this USB-C hub, which goes back over that way, along the back of this with all the monitor wires, and then into the back of the rack, where it plugs into the computer. It is a little bit of a convoluted signal path. Hopefully it's close enough that this actually works. Let's plug this in. Absolute bupkis from that. Let's just see if anything showed up over here. Oh, I need to start up Arduino. Arduino. And then we'll throw a Blink program onto it. I don't know if I call these RP2040 Raspberry Pi or the Zhao RP2040, or if there's like a generic one. Wow, that cable got wrecked. Woof. That's my ground cable. I'm gonna watch out for that. New version of Arduino. No. All right. It could also be that this is not a data cable and that this is just a ground cable, because it does seem a little thin for being USB-C, although it does have just a USB 1 plug in the other end. So I don't know if there's data on this. I don't know if the pi is set to do anything either. So let's see if we could just get a hello world in there. I would assume that this is the LED on this thing is plugged into the same pin as the RP2040. Let me look up RP2040. Let me look that up. RP2040 from reputable wave share. Show me information. Just gonna keep bouncing us around on the store page. Number 5, WS2812, cool RGB LED. Okay, so it's got a 2812 on it, which means we probably need to load up something that'll run the 2812, and there's no status LED. What pin are we also on? I'm trying to do a hello world here, so UART, and they don't tell us. Oh, GP16. It gets its own pin. That's annoying. 15, 14. Yeah, they don't run 16 out. That's sort of annoying. For the stuff we're doing, this will be fine. It's just when I tried to do a keyboard on an RP2040, I need literally every single pin that it has. And then I need to reduce the number of pins that I need by 1. So we're not doing this one. I guess, okay, so in the examples, do you think I've got a wave share on this? I didn't get a wave share core. I've got a Seed Studio Zhao core. And that may have examples with it, maybe? No. Okay, so let's take, I guess we're going to make a new blink. Now that means I need to compile the entire WS2812 thing. Ugh. That would be in Fast LED. Oh, I have a very old version of Fast LED. Oh, there's a blink. Okay, cool. Maybe we can just load that up and see it do stuff. Although, to be fair, I should probably see it in the programming board too. I'm using a frightfully old version of everything, and I should spend the time to upgrade at some point, but I just haven't. See, I don't know what it is, so we're just calling it a... Well, we could either call it that, or we could call it just a WS2812 or 12B. Data pin is 16. Oops. No clock pin. Data pin, RGB, LEDs, number of LEDs. Okay, so number of LEDs is 1. And then CRGB red, LED fast show, delay 5, black, show, delay 5. I skip Wednesday in case I need to buy parts. In the past, we've run into the problem where we'll get into something on Tuesday and then it's like, wait, I can't without this specific chip, or, you know, something like that. So I do typically skip Wednesday. It used to be that I did that in order to give other channels a chance to shine, and also that I could watch Red Letter Media on that day, but they stopped streaming a million years ago. All right, so we got this thing fully configured. Let's see if we can get the board in here and configured. Where do you buy your parts from? All over the place. You know, I justify my purchase of Amazon Prime with the fact that I order a lot of parts directly from them. Also, DigiKey is my typical go-to, but he lives in the basement of an Amazon distribution center. Yeah, there's one pretty close by. So, you know, I've had some parts offering to get here same day, which I don't really much care for the Rube Goldberg machine of human cruelty that I would then activate. I'm fine waiting just a little bit. We have a Seed Zhao knockoff wave share. Oh, look at that. I don't think these, oh, 2040. Well, well, well. Look what we have here. My board is supported. Radio Shack was so overpriced. Radio Shack tends to get overpriced. There's a Micro Center around here too. Micro Center is a wonderful place to buy your parts. I almost feel I owe it every time I pass by to go in and buy something electronic, because they have they've got all this stuff. They've got all this stuff. They've got all this stuff that like I would need to do. There was one time a Raspberry Pi just died on me. It just died. So I went over and got a new one before stream. It was like an hour before stream that I discovered Burn the Subs was down. I don't think I am the origin of Rube Goldberg of human cruelty. I think I read that on Reddit, which means I can take credit for it, but I'm being a nice guy and I'm not. I have to get a haircut. This is getting ridiculous. Unless I just roll with it or do a computer programmer special. Can I do the computer programmer special? No, it's not. I'm at like millennial top bun length. Yeah. You're just cross-posting thoughts. I'm operating on an MIT license is what I'm doing. Spent many hours and dollars at Radio Shack. I have too. It would be like the first couple months, everything would be nice and organized, and then it would just blow up. I remember when blue LEDs were $5 each. $5 for a blue LED, and I bought blue LEDs. I was putting them in stuff, man, because that was the color of the future. They took a whole 5 volts. That's the cringiest thing I've said today. I still have parts I use from Radio Shack in my bins from back in the late 90s. I do too. I do too. Switches and stuff would be mainly the parts. I bought a massive pack of through-hole 1/4 watt resistor. See, man, when you could get those Radio Shack resistor packs, they were like a severe ripoff, but they also, thinking back on it now, the resistor packs that I can get now, they're all these like tiny, tiny thin leads. And the breadboards are not built for those. They're built for, you know, a big, thick, veiny lead. And so if you don't have big, thick, veiny leads, they don't really make great contact. And so you can have a scenario where you've built like an analog circuit and you have to just go like this to get it to run again. All right, so we got Blink loaded up into this thing. We got a core is apparently part of the big pack of Raspberry Pi cores that I got that one time. So the Raspberry Pi RP2040 boards, they've got the Wave Share Zero. Wave Share Zero is $2. It's $2 and it has a WS LED on it, which is kind of actually a pain in the ass because getting the, unless it's running a WS2812 like thing already in the background, you have to put like fast LED on. I have Radio Shack parts from the 70s, DigiKey and Mauser from the 80s. Damn, that's pretty impressive. That's reaching back. All right, so presumably I don't really need to change any of this stuff. We just need to see if our board is connected. And so we've got COM4 and Fartbox. Now this was just plugged in directly from the wild, but I think what I need to do, USB stack, Pico SDK, tiny USB, huh? So I think all I need to do is hold the boot button down and, or no, is there a, I think all I need to do is hit boot, reset, let go of reset, ow, and then let go of boot. I'm Eastern time. Are we on Eastern? We're EDT right now, Eastern Daylight Time. What's the oldest part you have? Historical parts you keep for just the neat factor? You get over here. Ugh, jeez. My ammeter. Weston Corporation. Patented January 1st of 95. I think they mean 1895. I don't think they mean 1995. Oldest part, quote unquote. It's technically a part. Holy smoky. Yeah, this sits on a shelf. Do you stream at night or in the evening? No, it's the afternoon. I stream in the afternoon because otherwise I would waste my whole day. Don't think for 1 second that I'm like, I'll have a Euro-friendly stream. Oh, Bother's such a good guy. He decided to have a Euro time-friendly stream. No. No, I just stream because otherwise I'd waste my day. Have you tested it, or does it need a wet chemical battery to run it? I have not actually tested it, no. By the way the needle's floating, it's probably in decent shape. It probably does need to be calibrated, though. The other ammeter that I had that we repaired, that one fell off a shelf and broke, unfortunately. I hate to admit, I still have the spark gap that has a bunch of dry chemical batteries that I'm not in any rush to do anything with. Need to move to a different time zone. Don't we all? Don't we all? Where are we? Why are there 2 D drives? Oh, those are frequent. I see. We don't have a device. It doesn't say there's a weird device plugged in. Something it'll show up as like a drive. Let's just see if we can program to it. I'm just going to hit upload. Your stream starts at 10 p.m. local? Ooh, 10 to 3. That sucks. Yeah, I have a cousin that's in Australia, and my stream, like whenever he's here, we know that he's been out drinking because it's like 4 o'clock in the morning. Error compiling to wave share. Compile terminated. Include avr.io.h. Oh boy. So it doesn't like my old fast LED library. So let's just look up RP2040 zero blink example. Import machine. Import machine NeoPixel from time import sleep. That's not what we're doing. Blink example Arduino. There we go. That's not. Control F. Blink. What? No, just show me what it looks like. I don't want to load up a hex file. I want to actually just get a Blink program. Do I have like a NeoPixel library that I could use? Let's see. Examples. Are there any? Those are the main ones. Is there anything specific for the RP2040s, like Pico OTA? RP2040, here we go. Siren. Get cycle count. Fade. Maybe we can grab fade for the RP2040. I once saw a voltmeter like that in the wooden box, probably from the 1940s, by the telling. Seller wanted too much. This was, I think one Christmas I said, just get me like old electronics stuff. And so the family provided. My brother was an eBay hound. LED built in. The PWM the pin is attached to. That's not, we've got it's not correct. Unless it determines, no, I don't think it would do that. So I'm looking for the specific RP2040 but the wave share 0, because it's got a, whatchamacallit, it's got a WS2812 LED, which is a digital LED. It uses a specific set of signals in order for it to turn on. It's not like just a built-in LED, which is what they're doing in this. Button matrix, yeah, I don't see, all I saw was that RP2040 here. What was Waveshare thinking? Pico, PDM, keyboard, mouse, joystick, I2S, hash, 8266, no. Okay, so we don't have a specific, wait, hold on, Circuit Playground, that, Fermata. Tembu? What? Fermata, Ethernet. Yeah, okay, so we don't have anything we can use there. I don't have an example. I would assume that Waveshare has an example, but they want you to load it up in C. Thani official IDE. I don't want to use that. So let's go back to the search there. Let's go back to the Rocket and see it at 440. Blink onboard LED, RP2040, Arduino, tutorial, and it's this one again. That's using a Pi Pico. That one just has an LED hooked up to a pin, like the other ones. There we go, that's what we're looking at. Wait, why was 0? RP2040 blink neopixel.ino. Oh, this is just a, this is so much text for a blink example. What are you doing? What is all this? Oh my God. LED count 1, brightness 51, pin is 16 on the 0. Adafruit NeoPixel strip, LED count. So they're doing an Adafruit library. They're Adafruit NeoPixel is what they're using. How come they can use that and I can't use a fast LED? Because look at all, what is all this? What the hell? Okay, I'm gonna load it up. I'll load it up. We'll use it, but do I have that library? Adafruit, graphics library, tiny USB, and Circuit Playground. I don't know if I've got it. I might not have the right library. Adafruit NeoPixel seems like the de facto library. That's crazy. I don't like that library at all. Fast LED is the way to go. Although I think that's different now. All right, I guess I got to get their library. Unless it's somewhere else on here. Let's just manage libraries. This takes a while to come up because my IDE is so old. I really need to update this IDE. This is kind of painful. This is why the built-in LED should just be a built-in LED, why it should not be a built-in NeoPixel. Adafruit did not invent the WS2812, and there are better libraries for using it. I don't really enjoy using Adafruit on the programming stuff because they can tend to be a little Spartan. Basically what they do is they come up with a library, which is, it's great of them to share it, you know? That's actually really nice of them to share, but what ends up happening is the library that everybody uses ends up being the Adafruit library, and the Adafruit library was made just to take a picture of the device for the website, right? So they have a very minimal amount of features in these libraries. You want something other than an Adafruit library because then the user cares about actually getting their device to fully operate in all of its whistles and bells, and so you get additional features out of them. Adafruit Now the NeoPixels are so widely popular and used because they've made things where you can sew NeoPixels into like clothing and things like that. They've done a lot of really good work on that kind of stuff, and so their NeoPixel library is pretty good as a result. But there are also some other devices that they don't necessarily fully, you know, cover in their writing of the library. Why is this like frozen? Yeah, Adafruit's insistence on being located in New York City leads to their things costing quite a bit. There's quite a bit of markup. But they do make a lot of very useful little boards and stuff. SparkFun is really where I kind of gravitate to. And even more than that, Pololu.com is my source for specifically voltage regulators that can take a beating. We're looking for NeoPixel, right? I don't want to type it in because it'll freeze this this poor tortured old IDE. We're still in the A's. They certainly have done a lot. Can we maybe stop at any point? Just stop. Okay, there we go. LMN. M. There's a lot of M's. Oh. P. QRS. NeoPixel. NeoPixel. Install. Now there was a dash in theirs. I hope it recognizes this as being the right library. I like buying Chinese clones of the boards because they're the same without the cost. That's essentially what I ended up buying. A Waveshare, I guess, is slightly elevated above random company name, but these are certainly knockoffs of the Studio Zhao. I would have bought the Zhaos, but I mean, when you're browsing and you see 10 of them for $24, it's like the brain wasn't involved in the decision. It just happened. So instead of fade, we do new. Come on. Go. And then save as. Zero pixel example. Then this, which is just way too much stuff for a blink. Why is it highlighting that? Oh, did I miss the slash at the beginning? There we go. Jeez. That's just so much. All right, let's put it on the board. I don't know if I need to do the little both button, one button, no button, and then upload. Jofix RP2040 zero type. Yeah. All right, compiling. It ran into something, but it ignored it. Son of a... PIO, remove program and unclaim SM. What? PIO, claim free SM and add program for GPIO range and WS2812 program. What? Okay. I'm just trying to get a blink example to go here. This is the type of shit. This is the thing that gets people who are new to these electronics and devices pixel and RGB try to bracket pixel and RGB plus. What do you mean by bracketing it? Something weird's going on right here, right? Okay, try doing that. Yeah, I don't know what the plus is doing in there. Because the RGB order can be set further down. I mean, you can, when you set it up, you can change the RGB order. Or you could put it in some other thing. Okay, we'll try that and see what that does. So it's trying to pass that into the library and it's not passing. Possibly because my library is too old. All of this just to make a blink. All this to make blink and then spin it into a LIN bus device. Ah, bitch. Program PIO, program offset. 16, that's fine, that's fine. LED count, LED pin, Neo Geo, blah, blah, blah. It seems like it's the same error, but I don't know anything beyond that. Comment out the line, but you need to tell it what you're using. So I don't know what this. Note on Waveshare RP40 WS2812 RGB is connected from DIN to GPIO 16 MCU. Okay, yeah, that's correct. Library is Adafruit NeoPixel. Example. Well, no. Let's do. Well, I mean, if I can just do it on. Let's see. Let's find the Adafruit NeoPixel blink. RGBW test. Let's do that. Ours is a WS2812. Oh, this says strip. So maybe if we. But then this was specific for Waveshare. This is the RP2040 blink neopixel.ino. It was made specifically for the hardware that I'm using, and yet they're doing NeoPixel strip. Number of pixels, pin number, pixel type flags. So LED pin 16, count is 1. Brightness doesn't really matter. It's like they're all using this library. So all of our setup and stuff goes to there, and then we get all of our different examples. And that should be pretty... Oh. If def AVR. Bye-bye. And then we send that to our thing. Using Waveshare RP2040, platform folder. It's working. It's working. It's not working. It's still fucking broke. What the? PIO remove program from blah blah blah. Is the Waveshare core broken? If not, PIO claim SIM address range blah 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 program. Claim free SM and add programs for GPIO range was not declared. This is some weird thing inside the library. 40 PowerMax, Waveshare, RP2040. This is why we do Hello Worlds. There's a lot of horizontal information here. RP2040, hardware, 3.7, other app data packages, blah, 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 all the way at the end. Adafruit NeoPixel RP2. And it runs into this error. So is it me or is it them? Seems like it might be them. Why is it looking up 8266? Oh, because it's the NeoPixel stuff. Huh. Might be your old ass core. When did we get these? We got these fairly recently though. It doesn't understand free GPIO, so you need to do it in the settings menu. Small standard. Stack protector, C++ exceptions. Debug, USB stack. Yeah, which IP blue? What am I looking for here? What am I doing? UF2 default. I don't think I have any other than debug ports and the exceptions. And this is the only one of these cores I have, right? There's not a like slightly alternative. There are just so many. Waveshare 0, and then all the others are different products. Yeah, so I mean, I could always do generic RP2040, but I don't know if that's correct. I don't think that's going to do it. This should have all the settings for it. Maybe nobody tested it. And I guess I can do the board manager. We can update. Once it finishes. Oh my God, that's a lot. That's a big list. Update. Let's see, because yeah, we got this a long time ago. Maybe they fixed it. Hey, what's up, Copper? We're only 2 hours in, and I haven't even started brute forcing. The brute forcing of this has to do with LIN-bus timings, and I've already got that stuff all down in a document. So when we figure out where I saved my information years and years ago, we'll see how old the program is. That'll be hilarious. It should be pretty simple for me to hook it up again. But we got a bunch of compiling errors from these RP2040 boards that I have. And so, yes, sometimes Blink is the real challenge. Blink is so important, and people kind of like downplay your first program going into your microcontroller. But what Blink will do is it will clear the entire path for future engineering. You need to make sure that you can Blink so that everything between the keyboard and the microcontroller works. There's a lot of stuff to fail. 2 hours on Blink, 2 hours on brute force. Yeah, maybe that may be so. Finding programs we wrote back in college. We did not have Arduinos when I was in college. That wasn't invented yet. It was the basic stamp, some other weird things. And my college, the other people on my design team were the ones that were programming microcontrollers. If I knew then what I know now, aside from like preventing 9/11, that was after 9/11 actually. But anyway, I could probably have done what our original intent was to do, which was to track dancers on stage with Wi-Fi instead of optical means. But the Microsoft Vision libraries were just coming out back then. And so we ended up using webcams to do a lot of the tracking and syncing it up with a Flash program that did an animation. All right, let's see if that works. Oh, once my Arduino lets me get my cursor back. Hey, bud, can I have that cursor? Okay, there we go. Let's try again. You keep hitting the button until something changes. That's how we used to do circuit simulation. Those circuit simulators were bad back in my day. Nowadays, you can probably find something that you just do on, like with Java on the computer from a web interface, and you can probably get a pretty good. I've seen them actually. You can get really good circuit simulations that have animations and everything. But for us, it used to be like designing a circuit board. You take all your components, put them in there, you give it all this data about everything, and it would help you do the calculations for the various currents and stuff. But what it would really do is throw errors. It was like a computer science practical joke against electrical engineers. because the thing would just go bad and not work. And sometimes you would hit run and it wouldn't run the simulation. So I have a problem running the simulation. You go, okay. So you wiggle the mouse and then you hit run again, and then it would work with nothing. All you did was change the position of the mouse on the computer screen. It was a nightmare. So that's why I'm still averse to simulating circuits, and I am averse to not doing things practically in the real world. I like all of my stuff to be in my mitts. Fuck. Resetting COM8, converting to UF2 output size, scanning for RP2040 device, an error occurred, no drive to deploy. Okay, so I'm gonna unplug it, I'm gonna hold down boot, and I'll plug it back in. It is possible that the USB board that we are dealing with, that the USB cable doesn't have data on it. So I'm gonna unplug this, and I'm gonna throw this cable across the room, and I'm gonna go get a USB-C cable, an alternative USB-C cable. That one gets thrown out. It doesn't have data on it. I thought it was a nice thin one that had data on it, but no. So I'm gonna go all the way back here to my drawers. Yeah, if mouse coordinates are X, Y. No, but that would tend to not fail. This tends to record current mouse position. If mouse is in current position, fail. That's more like what we would have had from those. And I'm not embellishing that at all. That's literally what some of our classes were like. We didn't change anything. We just hit try again. And the computer was in like a slightly better mood to actually do what we wanted it to do. I went to college so long ago that instead of actually giving us microcontrollers to program to, we had to write it down. We had to write it down on a piece of paper, all of our lines of code. It was hell. Writing code on paper is just bad. It's just bad. All right, I found a USB-C cable, but I have my doubts about whether or not this thing has data in it either. I have some like big fancy ones that are just way too long. I thought I had a nice little short USB-C cable. In all likelihood, my nice short USB-C cable is somewhere in that drawer. So maybe I'll come back with this one and we'll test it and see if it has a data port. I almost need to make a USB cable tester just to tell me whether or not there's data on a particular USB-C cable. Don't I have one floating around for programming? I think I do. Be the compiler. The source is my brain. Oh, I just got a compiling error in my brain. No drives showing up. Hold down boot. Plug it in. This one might also be data only. I don't know why I have so many of these data only. You then had to write in assembly. Yeah, we had it. We were writing in assembly onto a piece of paper. That was just weird. I would not recommend it. Okay, that's the keyboard wire. I think I got to find the wire over here. Bought some of those LTT True Spec USB. You don't need anything fancy for that. I don't know. I don't generally trust things that come from LTT. Like they made their fancy screwdriver that was just like a white label product that was renamed. I stopped trusting them after that kind of thing. Where is... I'm looking for a USB-C cable. It seems like the only ones that I can find are no data USB-C cables, which are the most frustrating cable in existence. We have been programming stuff with USB-C for quite a bit here, though, so I thought I would have one nearby. Of course, that's, you know, as soon as you assume something like that, the universe then plucks what you're looking for out of existence. When you go, yeah, we've been doing a lot of programming like USB-C devices at the desk, so I'm sure there's a USB-C cable somewhere on the desk that I can use, and it goes out of existence. No longer exists. There's a little popping noise. You can hear it sometimes. Just that little noise, and that's it stopping existing on the mortal plane. I'm flabbergasted. I don't have a single USB-C cable over here. Part of Blink is also learning that you don't have the right kind of cable readily available at your desk. Okay, I'm gonna have to use one of the longer ones. I mean, I could always plug it directly into the USB-C port. Yeah, we'll use this. This one has C and data, but it's a C to C. Yeah, I've thrown all those out. This one's going directly to the garbage. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. They come with like cheap things, like those like lighting things come with that kind of cable, which I keep these plugged into their own wire. Actually, I think these are. I don't think these are USB-C. Yeah, they're not. Why did I buy these? Why did I buy these with USB micros on them? These are for my gun safe. They're just little motion lights that turn on when they see motion. Good to put in a gun safe so you can see what you're doing. All right, so plug this into the USB-C hub. I've got the screwdriver and the USB cables, and honestly, they're fantastic. Were they doing the same? No, they had a different screwdriver. This iFixit kit is everything that I've ever needed. I bought both of the iFixits that were modern, and I've never needed anything more than what's right here for all the stuff that I do. I don't know if I trust them fully. Also, I'm not sure it's worth the cost. Feels a bit, yeah. They're not cheap, and you can buy regular USB cables that work just fine. I don't know. That's just me. All right, so now plugging it into a cable that I know has data and can handle 240 watts. Oh, but I didn't hit boot, so I'll hit boot, reset, let go of boot. Yeah, there's still no drive showing up. Oh, there it is. So see RPi, RP2 showing up as the D drive. So now we can go back here and I can hit upload. So my core was ancient. My core was ancient and my soldiers weak. But now that we have it plugged into something we know works, it works. Just landed on the stream. Says Babish. Are you trying to reverse engineer the light switch? Also, are my eyes deceiving me, or is that out of a Mercedes vehicle? It is. It's either. Oh, our sketch just wrote, and now we get NeoPixel, Super NeoPixel, Rainbow colors from the NeoPixel. Okay, well, I guess that's what it's supposed to do. It's doing its little dance. So that's our hello world. Now, what are we doing? What is this thing? I don't know. This is out of BMW. So it's BMW F10. And if you know what this is, you've led a cursed existence. There's only a few of us that know what this fucking thing is. It's the computer out of a chair. So my brother, you want to know how I got these scars? Okay, my brother gave me a BMW F10 sports seat because he upgraded his car using the junkyard, as one is wont to do. My previous steering wheel system clipped onto the side of the desk. It had real car pedals, and it had a real Mercedes steering wheel. I bought the steering shaft, the motorized steering shaft, out of a similar generation Mercedes. So, with those two things, and the shifter that my brother dropped off. We're not going to use this shifter. I've got many other simulator shifters that we can use. I wanted to have a headlight switch. So I went and looked and I bought this thing for another $20. I have a key switch, which was another $20 that we used my old VW key in. And so I wanted to have a headlight switch that I'm kind of like used to. I drive an early 2000s, actually, exactly a 2000 BMW 5 Series wagon. It's invisible on the road, and I like it a lot. It's getting to be the time that I need to consider getting a new car, but I don't have the income to get a new car. I really should consider whether or not I want to get a new car. In which case I would still want to get a wagon. But anyway, I love it. It's a great car. I put my E46 steering wheel on it, so everything feels moderately modern. I want to have the same feel from my sim setup. I don't want it to just be a race car. You can get race car sim setups for like pennies on the dollar. Every 40-year-old's trying to get rid of one because it's taking up the kids' room. I want to do the full sim rig, but I want to do it my way, and that's generally doing things way over the top and being way too smart about things. And so I've been buying digital car parts and trying to get them all wired up together. So this is just the latest in the line of doing this. The drum pad in the background here is also something that we've reverse engineered and done a software takeover on. We're not doing a software takeover on this thing because it speaks a protocol called LIN bus. The LIN consortium is of BMW, Mercedes, VW, etc., getting together and going, how can we put fewer wires in our cars? And the way we could do it is by having a low priority bus for all the little control things that you have. The way they previously did it is they would put each location of the switch through a different resistor, and then that would give you a different voltage level for the switch. So you would have all these microcontrollers looking at analog devices at what voltage level it's at. I think this does pin to microcontroller. We just looked at it. So basically we're just hitting a different pin on the microcontroller, and then when this gets pulled by LIN bus, it'll say this is the status of all my buttons. We're trying to get there. We don't know what the signal is for this. We know the structure. That's what the LIN consortium figured out. They have their own protocol that everybody's following, hopefully. But we don't know what the address is, and it's possible that this thing gets assigned an address every time you turn on your car. I'm not too sure about that though. So we've got code going into a microcontroller, doing a bunch of little blinky light things. Why are we buzzing so much? We've heard back from your prescriber and we'll get working on your order. Yeah, that's cool. Thank you. Thank you for authorizing. Jeez, I've got all these text messages about medical supplies. All right. Anyway. I was lurking, missed some. Are we adding LIN to CAN? So I bought this and then I looked at the back and went, oh no, it's digital. So because I did that, we get to reverse engineer a LIN bus device. The steering wheel also speaks LIN bus, and it's this nice easy way to get 16 button positions off of 3 wires. So we're going to continue to have LIN going all the way to the steering wheel with the 180-degree slip ring. We're also going to have LIN bus going to this. They're probably not going to be the same bus. They're in similar locations, but then we'll have to have a device that is going from LIN bus to CAN bus. We're going to need something that's sort of speaking both languages. But before that, we need to see whether or not I can even do anything with this. I play a bit with CAN at work sometimes, not much with LIN. Yeah, and I wish there was a way that I could find what the protocol is on like the Mercedes and BMW. BMW nerds are nerdy enough that maybe there's some information out there. I don't know about Mercedes though. Deep within the technical manuals. Yeah, so this is doing a lot, this program. This is doing a lot. We don't need to do that much. All right, let's find my brute forcing program. Oh, these are, okay, so these 3 windows I'm going to put to the side. This computer experienced a power event. What is this for? Oh, pin change on the encoder. I'm looking at these libraries that I got, and I don't know if they're good for... There's like basics of encoders and matrices. RGBW strand test. Yeah, okay, so now on that. Yeah, that example's way too comprehensive. We need to open up and find the wheel project. So is it here? See, like packet test, I'm not sure about. All right, so we're going from probably the old work folder. What's going on here? We've locked up Did I freeze Arduino by going to the desktop? There we go. So the old stream projects would be in the _stream folder. That's on the file server, which I haven't been able to write to on this machine for a little while. I'm awfully tempted to buy a BMW 3 Series E36 specifically for spec racing. That's E39 is what my car technically is, even though I don't get the cool styling. 36, yeah, 36. So the thing about the E36 and the N's specifically is that it is so passenger hostile. I find it funny because all of the controls in the car are tilted towards the driver just slightly. It was, I sat, a friend of mine used to have one, so I'd sit passenger in it. It was incredible because everything was just slanted towards him just a little bit. It's like, I am the driver of the car. You are just a passenger. Like, the design language was screaming at me. All right, so Merc wheel. Oh, these are scans of me and Julian. What are those doing in there? Button switch, can test shifter, MIDI pad, seat stalks. This is on the desktop. Wait, this is the wrong folder. I want the server folder. So it's actually the one that's an IP address. And then it locks up because there's something going on because it's an old IDE. Come on back to me, bud. Come on. Okay. I don't know what it would be doing there, but it really did not enjoy that. Stream shortcut. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. Oh, I know you can access this. Ah, Windows cannot access. Did that get taken out with? No, it's probably just accessible through here. You son of a bitch. All right, let's just go into the folders. That's my local folder. I need to fix the permissions on the file server. That's what's going on right now as I'm running into file server permission issues. It does not like letting me in. And since the power went out, yeah, see it there. Now we're in the folder. I had to go into project instead of stream or whatever. All right, so Merc wheel. H-shift hardware, and man, there's a lot of stuff in here, huh? We've done a lot of different jobs with this. Vanity to software. See, the cool thing about going to OpenFFV is that I don't have tuning programs that I need to go through, right? Is that the model that suddenly jumped in price because wealthy carners bought all the M3s? They're all like that. They're all like that. Yeah. It's the E36 is the sort of the tail end of a generation that put all the onus on you to drive it properly. And the E46 is much more computerized in what it does. That doesn't mean that you can't work on the car though. I don't know. I'm not sure about that. Linduino, pedals, shifter. So previously, the program that I made for running all of the pedals and stuff in the like to the side, that used LinBus for all of the packets. So we have multiple programs here that'll actually make LinBus stuff happen. And then the Bluetooth packet engines. That was a personal triumph in reverse engineering because Granite Devices sells a board. It was like $100. And I broke one by accident. It sells a board that you could put inside of your wheel and then it'll make it battery powered. And so your battery powered wheel can communicate over Bluetooth directly to the Granite device's controller. That unlocks a whole bunch more buttons that you can hit. And so we got in on that system. I had to buy the board, and then we had to make a program that acts like a Bluetooth modem and fools the Granite device's SIM thing into thinking that it was connecting to a Bluetooth device through its own little TXRX board. But there was no TXRX board, it was our stuff. And so we were then communicating to Bluetooth and to the LIN bus in order to get the statuses of all the buttons, as well as transmit Bluetooth packets back to the Granite devices thing. So it was a big convoluted thing, and doing this new system is going to be so much nicer. Buddy of mine had one in a minivan. Oh, had one until a minivan took it out. Oh, I see. Yeah, I just don't know what cars are like anymore. I've been out of it. What is M? What are M? Unfortunately for my wallet, I'm still in it. I really just want a car that's going to last, that I don't hate driving. The wagon is kind of that car right now, but it could be any of an alternative. And I'm having rust problems with my car. The rear jack pads, speaking of wiggling, they wiggle, and then the undercoating goes away, and then the drain is right there. So it's this perfect storm of guess what? Your sills are rusting out. And so I've had to live with that. I think I can still live with it for a little longer, but at some point my car's going to break in half. So this is for the Master. Okay, this is the LIN Master. So this is doing a lot of stuff that we don't need it to. I'm looking for the Brute Forcer, and I don't know what, if I saved it or what I called it. Oh, Linduino Brute Forcer. Okay, that solves that one. Let's see what we got. A Merc wagon? I don't know. I don't know if I like how they look. Ideally, I would love, oh man, if I could get Rabaz on the phone. Maybe Sweden's a bad place to import from, but just import a E36 wagon. That I think would be my favorite. I want to figure out, hold on, bring a trailer. Let's take a look real quick. Just real quick. Bring ein Trailer. Did we even have them here? I don't know if we had any touring. It might be a very special touring 5-speed. Oh, I love it. I want one. This one sold in Philadelphia. Where are they? Can I see where they are? Just by the pictures? Oh, maybe I don't want that. Maybe not. Maybe not that. But it's the galactic purple too. 13,000. I know used car prices are crazy these days, but man, 13. What is mine worth? Previous auctions. Supercharged. 2001 540i Sport. Not quite. 30,000. You've got to be kidding me. I get some rust repair done and my car might be worth 50,000. Excuse me? That's in 2021. 520i Sport 13. 36. Holy. And if I go to like the used car lot, they'll give me $300 for it. 4,000 is what I paid for mine. Huh, crazy. Used car prices go nuts. Oh yeah, mileage would be important too. I'm over 280,000 miles, I think. Let's see what the mileage is. It really doesn't matter at this point in ownership. 70,000. Yeah, much lower mileage than mine. My car is a highway car most of its life. Okay, we're not doing fade. 0 pixel example we're not doing. Don't even save it. We're looking at mild brute forcer. Okay, so I am doing a diagnostic pin. The way this worked was it hit everybody with the address, and if it got a signal back, it would click something. Yeah, I forget what my exact mileage is. I'll have to take a look at it at some point. So time set, timeout, address, pin mode, TX and RX output, diagnostic output, write it low. 9600 serial, print ready, call address, delay 10, ADDI up. ADDI up, shift out the parity. If ADDI is 3F, ADDI is equal to 0. So we're going from 0. I don't know why I'd do this. Oh, because we don't know if 0 is a valid LIN address. And then we want to stop at 3F so we don't get into any like diagnostic signals. Bit right address 6 even, 7 odd, weird. This is just how we're making the parity bits for each address. Call address, break send, delay microseconds, bit send 5.5, delay microseconds U-bit, etc., etc., etc. So are we serial printing what we get back? Bit start to initialize. While digital read of the RX pin, timer check, and return 1. Okay, yeah, that's, I think, our check. So it seems like we have everything we need in here. These, I wrote these a long time ago. Did I put a date on this thing? I didn't, just to save from embarrassment. 2020, 2019 and 2020 were the last times I saved these. So I think we can just put this directly in. I don't think we have any problems with the... Yeah, because I just took the... And then in order to print binary with leading O's, we have this little program. Print bits. I remember print bits. That's one that I need to remember where it is. Put that in my personal repertoire of programming stuff. For I is equals 0 print bits. So we are just saying success. And then when that line goes high, I need to have my scope set to the right stuff. And I don't know where to set the scope. I don't know where to set it to properly capture. So we'll start running the program and we'll just see if anything happens with it. Let me plug in channel 2. And then we need to get the other pieces of this TX and RX thing running. I had to hook it up. My 03 Volvo XC70 is 301,000 highway miles. Damn. See, the thing is, like, I got my car from somebody who is very serious about their ownership of cars, and they put it through all the regular maintenance items to great expense. So it felt like I was stealing it for the price that I got it for. Okay, just getting my scope probes on the table properly here. So I didn't care what the mileage was from this person. This person, like, sold it to me for a reasonable price, and that's all they were on the hook to do. The problem is, it went from being an indoor car to an outdoor car. I really, hindsight is 2020. I really should, the first thing I should have done with that fucking car was take it to a place to do underbody coating. A reputable place, and get the underbody coating done. The rust prevention, whatever. That would have been the best idea, and I didn't do it. And I should have known because it's a Northeastern outdoor car. Really kind of a crying shame. My brother and I should be able to weld new sills on the thing, but I just haven't been able to get to his house to do it. Yeah, wax oil, whatever other products exist. Superfast Matt did a video on it recently. But it's something that I should have done and I should have known to do it, but I didn't. And so the car has rotted away in its outdoor life. If you want to keep a car well, change its fluids every year, change the oil every 5K. 5K is, that might be too much. BMWs have like an oil sensor that takes into account the type of driving and the number of miles. And so your car will basically just tell you when to change the oil. Yeah, whatever material it is, I don't know. All right, so we need to hook up TX RX. We don't need 5 volts, but we do need ground. And I think that's all we're on the hook for. That's all we really need. Oil change every 6 months. It depends on how you drive, which is why the modern BMW has something to tell you what the interval is. Because you can run into a situation where, depending on how you drive, how often you let the motor get up to the right temperatures and stuff, you can have a situation where your car is not optimal. I don't think I've changed my oil in years. I should probably do it. I did. I've done like 1 or 2 oil changes and the car just keeps telling me that the oil's fine. That may not be the case. Oh, do we need to put enable? So we've got ground, we've got power, we've got TX, we've got RX. TX, I'm going to go to the same exact pin. Oh, but I need to make sure the pinout is the same. If we're using pin 9, that's not acceptable. So go back up here. 10 and 9, so we can make that 8 and 7. It's mostly bit bangy, so it doesn't matter where we're doing it from. And GP6 is over there too. Oil might smell rancid. I don't know about that. It's oil. So we could use 7 and 8, or I could change it over to 15 and 14. So, yeah, 13's over there. So 15 there, 14 there. So TX ends up on, I can use a smaller wire. Smaller wire. I do not have smaller wire. Huh. Okay, never mind. Okay, I believe you. TX on 15. Do that over here. TX pin 15 and 14. And this one goes to, oh, wait a minute. Yeah, 15 and 14. Should probably cross over to the other side with them. But we're not utilizing a UART here. We're actually doing like bit timings and stuff. So that's just way too big of a loop. Whatever. And then since everybody needs to be speaking the same voltages, we will add to it a ground. And this thing will make its own power off of the 12-volt line. So 5-volt ground. I don't like this sideways naming. It's like sort of off and to the side. All right. 5-volt ground, 3-volt. Okay, so I could run 5-volt up to this thing, but this thing is going to operate with 12 volts on it. So we will just, oh, look at that. L pull, and there's the 1K. 12-volt going in here. So what I'm going to do is get some longer jumpers, because we'll put the LIN bus down to the jumpers. I mean, it would be nice to just sandwich these things into the screw terminals, but it just, I don't know, that doesn't really work. And we'll take all this stuff too. Let's see here. Jumpers are all splayed out all over the place. Just need three of the same length and different colors, just so that I can coordinate. This might be a little too long. Or I could do the little metal ones. Yeah, this is okay. 12 volt lens over here. Okay. Get a little tiny screwdriver. This is meant for like a different board. It's meant for the click board. So things are in kind of weird spots. I tried to find like a Lin breakout board, but I didn't really find the right stuff. I think I made one at some point. This is just the easiest way to do it because it's got very clear labels on everything. So there's my Lin bus. And then we've got 12 volt plus and minus. I'm running out of these jumpers. I don't know if I have another pack of them. They're cheap though. It's like $15 for another full set. Wait, that was a... You use that? Yeah. So ground's in the middle on this. Things in a lab like this get more and more cursed over time. We're sort of like at the beginning of things becoming extremely cursed in here. Okay, so that's plus 12 ground, and then Lin bus is on the yellow wire, which is typically not the convention that I follow, but we're going to follow it here. So that's for plugging into here, along with the 12 volts. This thing also needs a jumper on pin, well, I say 6. Only be cursed when you start soldering components in the air. We've done that. I've done my share of three-dimensional circuit composure. Yeah. Enable probably goes to 5 volts, doesn't it? I have a 5 volt pin over here, but I've also got 5 volt ground, or is enable ground? Might be. I'm not sure. I'll hook it up to ground first and we'll see if we see data on there. And then I need just a little jumper that's going to be on the diagnostic pin, pin 6. We can use pin 6. I just have to find it. Pin 6. There. So that's our interrupt to stop the scope. I had a whole bunch of scope settings that I probably should have written down because we captured it on the scope. I don't know if the program stopped mid-program or what. I'm hoping enables low. I'm not sure. ATA 663254. ATST 663254. Data shard. That's right, these are the ones that I used. Use the same one. Nice and easy. Enable is not, it doesn't have a line over it. So I think enable high. There'll probably be a big chart that'll show me. Oh, enable low? Falling edge at enable while TXT is high switches the IC into a falling edge at enable. So yeah, enable is high. So much description of sleep modes. No, enable's low. Silent mode. Failsafe. Normal. Normal when enable's high. Okay. Jeez. So we want this to go to 5 volts and not ground to enable the chip. And then we have TX and RX hooked up. We have ground hooked up to our ground over here. I could have done it with different jumpers. I just wanted to work quickly. And then we have our interrupt pin here. And then I'm going to have to look at this thing communicating in order to get the scope to be connected right and to have the right display properties, because I'm not sure if this thing will use the serial print in order to print out what the packet was, or if it's just going to stop the code and make me do it manually. Although we do have the stuff in order to tell what we're doing, in order to tell like what's going on the serial line, and we sort of roughly know what the package should look like. If this is CAN 2.0, then I guess we're going to do it this way. Is there a way that I can speed up the baud on this? I don't think so. I didn't do too many calculations. Because yeah, U-bit, half-bit, breakout, break bits, turn weight, and then rise and fall. There's a lot of little timing weirdnesses that we had in here. I would hope that maybe I can find something that will do a lot of the LIN bus transmission these days, if there is like a library that does it. Application note, LIN bus with Cypress, no response. Huh. GitHub, Arduino-based LIN bus stack. So maybe I can switch over to a more LIN busy kind of thing. Unless specified otherwise, PCB can be used standard Arduino IDE. Okay, this is I think I remember this project. We're just going to try our brute forcer because it worked for the steering wheel. So yeah, let's get this uploaded and see what sort of cursed things we can look at. Because it'll just be hammering away at all the addresses. If we're lucky, we'll find one. But yeah, so plug this thing in. Hit upload. Access is denied. What? That was an old message. And then turn on the power supply. And we'll get the scope ready. We'll plug it in piece by piece. Basically, I wrote this to test all the addresses, and when it did actually find one, it would set this pin, and so the oscilloscope could then be stopped, and you would see the call and the response. What? How is there an error like that in here? How is that in there? How is that? Wait, but I thought maybe I clicked in and hit delete by accident. Okay. Yeah, it's kind of cursed the way that we got LIN bus working. It was a long time ago that I did it. It would be nice if we had a nice library where we could just push out the bits and it would use some kind of a COM port. Why are these errors continuing to happen? Parenthetical issues. What happened? Blah, 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 blah. Yeah. 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 Double done. Is there another one up here that didn't? No, that got that. Same, same, same. Same, same, same. Same, same, same. What the... What is happening with my code? Comma or semicolon. This is the same. It's the same. There's not missing or additional anythings. First parenthesis closes it there. Done. That one closes it there. Done. Oh, so it shouldn't end. So both of these are cursed because this should have one additional at the front. So now it's whole equation up to the exponent. That's to the bitwise function, I guess. Well, hopefully I'm not messing it up. Oh, that's right, it can't save because access is denied. So I've got to save this in a different folder. I can only read from my server. It's very annoying. Oh my god. Redefinition of setup. Oh, this is left in? What the heck? Wait, what the hell is this? Brute forcer old. Why is that even opening up? Pumpernickel. What the hell? Why is this cursed? Redefinition of what the hell? This one doesn't have an include in it. Save it as. Onto my new savable folder. You know, I put the underscore in there, Windows, so that it would be at the top of the stack so that I could get to it faster. But then you decided to rename things based on, like, vibes. Sort by name. That should be putting it up at the top. But it doesn't. It puts OneDrive at the top. Because they just don't give a shit anymore about usability in Windows. Merc wheel. And then... Well, this one's called Linduino Brute Forcer, so maybe I can just put it in here. Ugh, I have to double click into something for it to... Nope, it's going to want to call it. Okay. New folder. Linduino. Brute Forcer. Why is Arduino such a bad program? Linduino Brute Forcer. There, jeez. Okay, now we can find other issues. Well, actually, I need to delete this one. Why is that in here? How do I get rid of you? Delete. Yes. Okay, there we go. Upload. Dealing with all of my... I don't know what I did. I must have packed this up before I stopped using it. Because there were all these little issues with all this stuff. I don't know why. Strange. Well, again, this is why we do Hello World. And then I'm not set up quite yet to give it 12 volts. I should do that. And then we'll see if it's actually attempting communication as it runs through all of the LIN bus addresses. It's pretty weird that the built-in LED is a WS2812, because if I wanted to light up the LED instead of this pin, then I would need to include the NeoPixel stuff. And it's always the Adafruit NeoPixel. Never the good ones. So that's 12 volts there. This one will be trigger volts. I need another ground. This is the ground jumper for that. So ground on here. Running out of pins. No drive to deploy. Okay, so we need to do that. This one is, oh, that one's locked off. I'm going to move that over. Doot, doot, doot. And then that's for you, channel 2. And if while we're testing this, that channel goes high, it'll be kind of crazy. Okay, no drive to deploy. So doot, doot, like that. And then I think I have to hit upload again. It's a shame with the RP2040 and everything. Like if it had the type of uploader that the Teensy has, because the Teensy has its own little program that does all that uploading stuff. And so if you don't have the thing properly plugged in, it'll wait for you to plug it in and it'll recognize it and then program it. Okay, so we've flashed it. So if I bring in channel 2, why is it? Oh, it's voltage is set crazy. What is going on with channel 2? It's set to 2 volts, so it should be more stable than that. Whoa, what is going on? That's a lot of noise. Ground to ground to ground. Oh, is the microcontroller not? No, oh, it gets ground over there. Yeah, so we need to plug this row into ground somewhere. I forgot to do that. Just any old jumper and find a ground pin. So it's here or bust. Okay. That's not ground at all. Ground into our ever increasingly populated ground. That didn't stabilize it. We're still looking at crazy waves on channel 2. That's very strange. Do we have... Yeah. That's what I'm seeing right now. All right, let's double check everybody. Ground, ground, ground. That one goes to the scope, or to the power supply. That one goes to the scope. And then that one goes to the LIN bus thing. And then this one goes to here, which goes to there. So everybody should be grounded. We should have a nice ground going. And then let's check in on our TX and RX. What are this noise? Why do we have this noise everywhere? What if I use the other scope probe? Yeah, so there is, if I go back to channel 1 and we get it down off of 30 volts, we've got a nice 5-volt signal chugging through this thing. Why is channel 2 so cursed? Where's this coming from? It's like noise on the screen. It's like not coming. Okay, there's more. It's just like common mode noise. Weird. Could be because I made a completely cursed setup. These should be way cleaner though. These should be much, much cleaner than this. Show me the menu. Let's see. Scale 2 volt. Oops, fan. Fine is off. I'm not doing any special filtering on it. What else could be wrong with that? I wonder. Take my foot off of the... Don't touch the desk. These are in kind of a coil. No. We do see the requesting address coming through. Boy, that noise is something, huh? Where the hell is that coming from? Weird. Okay, let me unplug my computer. That's the same noise. We got to get rid of that noise before we do anything else. Where could it possibly be coming from? That is so weird. Like, nothing's plugged into the scope. I've got a knock to a fan on the back of it. Where would that be coming from? I mean, we should have pretty clean power coming in. Over USB-C. Does Lin require a termination like CAN does? Yeah, you've got a 1 kilo ohm pull-up resistor that it uses, but it doesn't do termination, I don't think. There's just one in the system, I think. Scope, where's that? Oh, there we go. Plus, the noise is coming from somewhere else. It's the board is completely powered down right now, and I don't have 12 volts flowing into it. Is it coming from this board? Is it because I don't have 12 volts going into it? I'm going to try giving it 12 volts. That wasn't it. Yeah, it makes less noise when it's... yeah, is it in the leads? Evidently. Weird. That's like a weird common mode noise coming from something. Of course, everything is powered down now, right? So it's not internal to the scope. We at least know that. But it is, like, visually, it's extremely distracting. That's without a ground. So if I turn off the desk lights, I can't do individuals with that yet. I need to fix that. Okay, it wasn't the lights. RF noise? I don't know. I do have pervasive noise in this shop, but I don't know if that's it necessarily. That is so annoying. Where could that be coming from? I mean, like, if I plugged in something wrong. What, this thing is just creating a shit ton of noise? I use the microscope for this one sec. Now, if I take my phone off the charger, same thing. It's when I... Actually, wait, these are disconnected. What? That's me touching the lead. We do have a test lug, yeah. Well, that's clean as hell. That one's dirty. Because we're connected to this ground. So if I disconnect that, and I bet it gets cleaner if I do this. Yep. Yeah, what possible? So 12 volt plus going over to here. It's the only 12 volts on the whole board. LIN bus going to here. And again, that's not connected to anything. Ground is in the middle because it says LIN right here on the board. So ground is in the middle. We're coming back over to here where we've got power supply ground, scope ground, the Arduino's ground, which is pin 2, 5 volt ground. And that looks decent, but we're also not hooked up to anything yet. So hook this probe up. This one is channel 1. Channel 1 over to TX. Channel 2. See, but there's the noise. There's the noise. There's all that noise. Do we have a bad grip on this? That's strange. That's just very noisy, and there's nothing connected. Yeah, as soon as yellow hit the lead. We're in 1x. If we went to 10x, maybe it would defeat some of that. Make sure this thing's good. Whoa! And it's still there. Did I make like a perfect antenna to pick up common mode noise? Or are my connections just shitty? It's not the Arduino. Power supply ground. That didn't kill it, but it did help it. And then the LIN bus thing. Not the LIN bus thing. Wiggle some stuff, see if it quiets it down. I don't know, it should be much more solid than this, right? The aliens. Swap yellow, I haven't used the scope in over a decade, I'm just guessing. Well, yeah, I mean, like, we can probably chase it down all the way to exactly what it is. I don't know. I felt like this LIN bus board is causing some issues. If we can see the ones and the zeros over it, which we kind of can, I can just live with it. Don't love living with it, but... See, like, as long as we're not getting the huge spikes. Oh, what's going on there? It's possible that my leads are just that, like, broken. They're just old. Yeah, like that noise, that's suddenly getting crazy. All right, let's plug it back into power. Where the end of that plug go? There it is. Yeah, so there it is, initiating and counting addresses. Interestingly, okay, hold on. Yeah, God, that is so sloppy. I can still count those, it's just not fun. Oh, you guys don't see anything. I see nothing. Nothing at all. I mean, having a crazy wiry setup like this is probably not helping us, and maybe the speed, but it's still some kind of pervasive noise that's coming in through the scope probes. Reseat the scope probe. It's not doing it. See how flat that is when I unplug the probe? Does the other one go flat? No, the other one continues to have the noise. So it's through the probe cables, maybe? I don't know. I don't know. Probably put some like capacitors on it or something, but shouldn't have to. So anyway, we've got this thing now counting addresses. If I turn on 12 volts without anything else hooked up at the moment. Oh, well, that's not, yeah, it'll, okay, I need to put this one back down. So this one is 12 volts, that's LIN bus. This one is 12, positive 12. So positive 12 going into plus 12 on that thing. LIN bus comes out over here, and we'll be able to plug the thingy-wingy, the button thing here, here, and here, and then that'll give us continuity. So I'll do plus to plus. Somebody turned on a hose outside right when I plugged that in. I thought I was gonna die. Minus to minus. And then we'll plug in LIN bus to LIN bus, but I want to check it over first. I just want to make sure that it's doing its proper thing out here. Actually, what I really should do is plug into receive. But we'll listen on the full bus. Our TX and RX won't be split. And we'll have full 12 volts, so that signal will look much cleaner. There's LIN bus on the scope. This slipped off. I'm not seeing anything on the LIN bus. I'm not seeing anything on the LIN bus. Jeez, this is a convoluted setup, huh? All right, let's unplug the device. Before I plug that in, I want to confirm. Here, why don't you guys come back out here? Not as good of a view. This is crazy. This is too much like crazy. We can't see anybody counting because we're not hooked up to anything. So if I come over here and I plug into this, ugh, that second pin just won't let you plug into it. I don't see nothing. Why not? The 12 volt light is only partially on. Oh, I need to turn this on. 12 volts on. All right, and then we'll bring back go, and then why am I not seeing anything happening here? Do I need to have the 12 volt? No, but this thing has the pull-up. And we know the Arduino's speaking to it. If enable has to be on 5 volts or if it has to be on ground. So enable's on 5 volts. Nothing. Enable to ground. No communications are happening on the LIN bus. Unless this is just plugged in weird. Yeah, the scope, that noise coming into the scope is really bad. It's the cheapo jumpers? Could be. This thing should absolutely be communicating, because if we go over here and we look at its RX or its TX pins, unless we got TX and RX screwed up, that very well may be. We go to nothing on that one. And then there's our packet on that, the other one. So we do see data going from there to that pin, and that pin is RX. Oh, so RX TX issue again? Yeah, I think it is. So plug these out, flip them. Still nothing? Oh, now it's just dropped the whole thing. What's going on here? I'm sending out 12 volts. My RX and TXs are at least plugged into stuff. I could be sending 5 volts over to the other board, but this doesn't need to stand alone. Enable pin. What the? Oh, whoa. Oh no, I'm putting it, yeah, okay. It's just similar wire colors. I thought I had it plugged in wrong. Enable at 5 volts. That's carrying ground to ground. If I take enable out and I put it at ground, because I don't like working with these things. This particular type of, oh, I'm not even plugged, oh, jeez, come on. Not even plugged into the LIN bus. Wonder I wasn't getting anything. Okay, enables at ground, and we see no communications on the bus. So if I take enable and I take it to 5 volts, there we go. Okay. It's communicating quickly, but it's not totally clear what it's saying. And then if I do channel 2 is the trigger. So trigger on channel 2. And go just a little bit above the noise. There we have our stable requests going out. I'm going to lower channel 2, I think. Noisy. All right, so that's set up. That's communicating on LIN. We see everything working. Yeah, they should be sharing a ground. If I don't share the ground, do you think it'll get rid of that? Let me get a ground lug here. It's over here somewhere, I think. Let's just try grounding both of them. Both of these. Oh. Well then. Thank you for that suggestion. Much more stable earlier. All right, now we involve our buddy over here into this mad setup. Mad setup. So in this case, LIN bus is on the orange wire. So ground first. I run out of ground lugs? No, I got a ground right here. Ground, and then 12 volts. I gotta be careful to plug it in properly. And then this one on the LIN bus. And then I'll hit reset. And then we are brute forcing. Oh, I need to open a serial thing. Arduino. Where is it? I want it to at least be the current window. Oh, there's no COM. We don't have serial ports. I may need to fix that because currently the only thing we got is this thing counting through the addresses. If we happen to see it land on an address that this thing likes, but I have a feeling I need to power the whole system down and back on. How do we add the COM port? Debug level, core SPI wire, Bluetooth, BLE, all or N debug. Oh my God. Oops, that's the wrong window. What are you guys doing? Okay. debug port, but then we'd have to plug in an external serial. If I do just serial, maybe that'll do it. And we got to re-upload the code. Yeah, it's not doing anything when I do that. All right, we'll have to see. It'll probably return a big packet when it does. And then I'm going to put this in boot mode. There's still that noise on channel 1. I wonder if it's because the ground thing is worn out. It seems to make decent contact, though. Sorry, my brain's not been working today. We've been doing a lot of weird stuff today, and my brain just does not function. This is taking forever to look at this. Yeesh. It would probably behoove me at this point to get the newer versions of Arduino. Okay, so now it's going through the addresses. Do we have COM3 and 4? Nothing there. I think COM4 is a Bluetooth device, but I'm not sure. Let me hit reset on this. It would say, like, ready. No. Okay. Oops, that was a boot button. I just want the reset button. I don't know what port it's printing to. Huh, what's going on with that? How do I get, so this is, wave share RP2040 0 serial print. I'm not using that ID. Pico, Pico 2, Pico 216. I just want it to work in the Arduino IDE and do serial prints through a virtual COM port, like so many of my other pieces of hardware do. They want me to download all these Chinese programs and just completely infect my computer. And add the board managers and do all this other stuff. You know. Connect driver board to computer with USB cable, then go to Tools port for the first connection. Select UF2 board after uploading. Whoa, why are there so many options? That's crazy. Operating system, no. Profiling, RTTI, stack protector, C++. Then it goes debug port, and I selected serial, and we had 2 COM ports show up. Or no, we had COM3 show up, I think. So I am initializing it at 9600, and then I'm printing ready, call address, address up. And in call address, send the break, send the bits, delay, bit send the address, digital write the diagnostic pin high, delay 1 microsecond, and then low. So that's what we're seeing so far. Oh my God, there's like, people are like pirouetting across the lawn today. All of my cameras are going nuts. I'm just getting like alert after alert. So bit start should be going after that, huh? I don't think I have anything programmed in for it to print out anything happening after the check. And I don't know, I've got the little thing going every single time it sends an address, but I don't have anything in here for printing it unless I enable it in the main loop. I probably should have put more stuff in here. Because we're call, delay, and then address up, and then it continues on. I don't know what I was expecting, if I would be able to pause my oscilloscope or something. What was I looking for here? I don't know. Maybe I modified it so that it didn't do all that. But like, there was a way that we caught the full signal. I caught the full signal and I was able to see the address. I don't think I stood here staring at my oscilloscope waiting for it to go off. I think I had something for catching the data. Bit send the address. And then it syncs. But then I need something after this. So what do I need to do in order to capture any data coming back? Bit send, bit start. If timer check, what's timer check doing? Timer start, timer check. Micros minus time set greater than timeout, return a 0 or a 1. If bit start, serial print, wheel address, wheel size in hex. Oy, oy. Oh. So this is actually the one that I should be running. Wheel get bits, interdata bit timing, serial prints, adding up. Serial prints, do we have that? Print readout. Print readout does this. Address hex. Success. That's what stops the program. It doesn't give you any more info about what's being spat out, but it will stop the program when we get to a success. So I actually do need, I have a bunch of this stuff written for the wheel. We need to get it back into bus check. Right now it's just doing call address here, but this needs to be bus check. And then I don't know why I commented out this whole thing. Int is I, wheel size plus plus checksum. I don't think this is what I don't think I need this. Oh, and this is just me saying checksum. Call address the wheel addy. In this case, it's just addy. Addy is the variable, right? Yeah, it is addy. UN8T addy. Go through it. If bit start, print, do the prints. Address goes up. Delay ubit times 2. Otherwise, just addy up and return from bus check. For I is 0, wheel size I plus plus. We don't need that. And then printing the checksum we don't need either. It'll just count up until it reaches something, and then it'll do the serial prints. Or it'll print all the addresses that it's checking, and then it'll move on. Okay, I think that's what we need. Now to get serial directly from the Arduino into here, I don't know what I'm not doing. Well, at least now with this, we know that it'll be doing serial prints. So maybe I'll upload that, and we'll see what that does. I'm going to disconnect this thing until we get this working. Okay, we're getting there. We're getting there. Just had to do a little bit of. I must have like packed it up hastily when I was saving files for the final time. Oh wait. Invalid argument. Ugh. Okay, hold on. Push them both down. Lift up, reset. Lift up, boot. Hit upload. Okay. Port, COM3, this thing, it should be belting out information. Nothing. 9600, COM3, nothing. Check COM4, although I'm pretty sure COM4 is the USB thingy. What if I unplug the Arduino? Oh yeah, COM3 is still there. So it's not showing up as a COM port. No FS. Debug ports. Serial 1, Serial 2, Serial Semi. I don't know what that is. But I don't think that's going to do it. Just choosing serial was probably what it needed, right? But this thing should be like belting out tons and tons of serial. I don't know which one is COM3 either. COM3 is a new show for my for my serial ports. So if I look up CJAO serial port. Doot. Using the serial monitor and Arduino IDE. Probably the chip is running too fast. Connect device, open serial monitor, press reset button. You should see both test 1 and test 2. Okay. The chip's running too fast. 192 or 96. We're at 96. Thank you. It works fine with while not serial. Huh? Just add 1 minute of sleep to the start. Yeah. Are you setting up serial with the setup method? Yeah. Got it right here. Serial begin while not serial. So if I added might never hear from it again. N serial is the number of the port you want to use. I don't know. Nothing greater than reading your old code and wondering what was the original comment. Sorry, I've missed some comments. I'm just my brain. Nothing more fun than reading your old code and wondering who's the idiot that wrote that. Yeah, I'm wondering why all those parentheses and stuff were missing and why all that stuff was commented out. This isn't doing software serial. We're just using regular serial. Software serial is a little bit different. We set it up in kind of a bad way last time. Finds it and sets it. Well, I guess we'll try it with this one line in here. This thing does need to be connected to serial in order to function at all. It's kind of useless if it's not printing out what's going on. So I'm going to hit the boot button, plug this thing back in. So now I should be able to upload it again, and maybe that'll just kick it off. The reason we use software serial is because we were using a microcontroller that didn't have the USB out plugged in. That's why we did it with this thing. That's why we had 2 serial devices plugged in. I don't want to do that with this. I don't have to. I want to learn how to do this. I want to learn how to get the Studio Zhao to actually serial print on its own. COM3 not found. Well, it didn't print ready, but it did start counting as soon as I opened up this serial port. That's a little weird. Wait a minute. It should be printing out all the addresses of things. Let's bump it up to 115200, just in case that too fast theory is correct. Because it should print the line ready. And it actually could be that this is like triggered anyway. I don't know. What are you typing? I don't need suggestions. We'll figure this out. Please don't do that. No, I can just do hardware manager, device mangler. But I can also see by the behavior of my program, it's not running right now. So there's no packets coming out of the thing, which means that it's still in while serial. So if I go to the port, which we think it's COM3 maybe, and if I start up the serial monitor, looking right here, boom, it starts. But it doesn't give me the printout. It doesn't say ready. I don't know why. It's belting out addresses, and the serial port's not doing anything. That's so weird. And we're at 115200 baud. My program is running. See it counting addresses right there. If we see serial prints happen if bits start, otherwise adding up. And really this should, if this gets something, it should stop. I don't really know what's going on here with this program. Maybe it won't be printing every single loop. Bit start, return 0 or return 1. So if bit start returns a 1, because we wait for a return, and then we do this. So I have it only printing if it finds something successful. But I also have it printing already, so I'm going to have it print every single time. Just a little print addy on it. Yeah, serial print, line, address. And we'll just do that. We'll do that sloppily. I'm going to do that up here. Maybe right before we up the address. Well, that's an awkward place to put it. Wait, we'll do it in the event of failing. We'll put it in there as well. That way we just have a periodic serial print, because right now it's not going to print anything until it finds the address. If that part of my thing works. Checksum. Digital outs is not doing anything. That's a weird one. I don't know where I got this from. I mean, I coded this, but that's print readout. What did I do with this program? I don't understand. Bitrate thingy I RX pin. I may need to read this over and redo it. It seems like this was changed like on the fly. So bus check gets the wheel packets, puts it in a global wheel array. No, it's not that part. Bus check, call address. If the bit starts, do this with serial prints. Otherwise, let's send that over. I'm going to reset this. See if we actually get a serial print from that. I commented out the part that I commented out of the original function of the function. The comment of the function is describing how the function functions, and so I commented out the part that I commented out. Because there's some cursed stuff at the bottom of that. I don't know what's going on there. I think maybe what I tried to do was take the current code as it functions really well and make it into a LIN-bus brute forcer, but without following through. I took all of the like modern functions. What's going on here? Com3 messes. What are you whining about? No, it doesn't like it. All right, unplug, hold boot, plug in, remove, and then upload. Yeah, it's enterprise level recoding. I don't know what's going on. I may have to sit down and read over this thing, or maybe we'll work on that tomorrow. No, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. Hold on. Okay, so our code is in there. Port's still set to COM3. Serial monitor. Port not found. All right, so I need to freshen this thing up. I'm going to unplug it. Wait a minute. See if there's any Arduino stuff open that shouldn't be. No, we're fine. All right, plug it back in. Okay, COM3 and COM4, there's nothing happening in communication. Open up the serial monitor, and we're working. There we go. Holy crap, that's going very fast. I probably need to, before even running this thing, we need to come down here. I guess ready flew by or something. I don't know why all the blank stuff came through there, but does it look like it's counting up? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, I can kind of see it. So then we'll... All right. Let's see. ... Why is there a delay microseconds after a success? That's a weird one. Should I just while one it here? I can just while. And that way it can run in the background and it'll stop there. I have it keeping going just in case it finds more stuff. But I'm gonna upload this one and we'll run that with the serial monitor just so we can get the first thing that it says. And I'll have to have the serial port running during this whole nonsense. I could also only have it print on a success, and that way, if I leave it alone, I think that's what I had before, is it would only print something on a success, and I was so confident that I had the serial port open properly that it would stop. Oh wait, I had to put this into boot mode. And then upload. So it'll probably take a little while before this thing gets through all the addresses, so we're probably just going to have to set it and forget it for a little bit. In which case, if it doesn't find anything, then I'm faced with the reality of maybe my baud rate is bad. Maybe the baud rate on the BMW is a little different for using LIN bus 2. What the hell? Oh, this thing always gets confused. All right, so I've got to unplug it, look for the ports, no ports, hold boot down, plug it in, let go of boot, hit upload. It just keeps it like, because I'm messing with the COM ports. This is like, they're starting to get so advanced with these Arduinos, and these RP2040s are so advanced and they're using different IDEs that my old way of plugging stuff in the way I do is wrong. And it's hard to get just a simple serial port print to take. I think it actually did upload. Yeah, it wrote. So weird. Oh, it's because I have this open. That's what it was. Okay, so now the program's running and it's got the catch in it. So what I can do, power down. And we're going to plug in our stuff, and then we're going to open the serial port. And it'll go all the way up until it runs into a problem. If it loops around, I don't know what to do. Maybe we need a catch in there. If addy is equal to 3f, we'll just catch it there. We're not very professional. And then I need to hold down boot, and plug it in, and then upload. Oh, oops. Output 100, so you just know it's running. No, it'll be just a big diarrhea of hex addresses until it stops, and then we get stuck in a while one, so the serial port will remain open with the number on it. And then I'll know what the LIN bus address is. It's going to run through it once. I'm not sure if I should have it infinitely running through the cycle of things, because we might be dealing with a different baud rate. And if we're dealing with a different baud rate, then we're in trouble. Then I'm going to need to find somebody else's program to do this. All right, so that's programmed. I am now going to plug in the switch. So this is LIN bus, this is plus and minus. So minus goes to this row. Or no, minus goes over here with everybody else. Plus goes to this one. And then this one is LIN bus. Then I open the serial port. Oh, and it already finished. What? And we hit reset. I hit reset, right? You should. What do you mean you're finished? Huh. This does not look sequential. What's happening with this? Are those just the checksums? That didn't look like 0 to 3F. What the heck? Wait, what's going on here? Okay, this is not doing what I thought I was. If add is equal to 0, add E1, otherwise plus plus. If address is equal to 3F, why are we shifting out the parity? We shouldn't do that. And then this is parity calculations. Bit right 6 and 7 for even and odd parities on the different addresses. So wait, no, this code actually works. Linbus parity is very weird. But this is printing the address in hex, and then it's plus plussing. Oh, plus plus might be the problem. Well, that's why we shift it out. So we shift it out, and then we plus plus it, and then we make a new parity, and we set the bits with the new parity. That all should work. Zero, 2, 4, 1, 3, and 5. Of course, the parentheses we had to add on that, so I wonder if that... I don't think that's breaking it. That's just how the equation goes. So why are we getting gobbledygook out of the other end? I mean, the address is... Well, because of the parity. That's what it is. It's the parity is changing. Now, there are more than this many. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. That was 32 from 0 to 3F. I don't think that's correct. Well, wait a minute. Is that... In hex, that's going to be way more than that. There's already on top poggers? What? Yes, because we're getting rid of those bits so that they're not part of the plus plus operation. The parity is calculated based on, and this is an arbitrary thing that Linbus does. It's for just the address call. They have parity bits that check against the data that's in there so that you know you're getting good data. It's way too overbearing, but that's calculated from the Linbus standard as being the odds and evens, whatever, the bit shifted odds and evens applied to one another. So that's how, not bit shifted or whatever, the whatever that operation is. It's not, I don't think that's to the power of, doesn't that do something else in microcontroller? Anyway. I don't know what that's doing, even and odd. XOR, yeah. I think it's an XOR operation with, that's how it was described to me in the Linbus standard documentation. But this thing ain't replying to any of those, but I think we're polling it with crazy go nuts. Oh, how am I gonna do this? I gotta put my thinking cap back on. Wheel address, wheel size. Do we have that in our settings? We have address, time set, time fall, and all this stuff. TX pin and RX pin and diagnostic. That's all working just fine. I feel like I should make this program for the ground up. We start the bit, but if that bit fails, if it fails, then we're printing the address in hex and then a ... And it goes through the very confusing adding up operation. If we get a bit start, if we get data flying back at us, because this is a two-way protocol, so we have our, basically the bit start is a timed low signal, and then we send the address, and if we get a reply, then that's what's supposed to happen. We get a reply almost immediately. So this thing will wait just like a millisecond, and then it'll just stop running. So if we fail that wait time, then we print the address in hex and then a ... and then we add up. We should bit shift to get rid of the parity. Maybe then it'll make more sense. I'm going to do that early just so that this looks a little better. Maybe that'll do it. Okay, so I'm gonna hit reset here. And then, do we have a serial monitor open? Yes, I need to close this. Upload. At least it waits for us to connect. It's an abusive or an exclusive or? The abusive OR gate. If it gets high on either of its pins, it hurts you. It says horrible things about you. COM port not found. Reset again. 02468 ACE 10 12 14 16. Why are we counting by 2? What? What the butt? Address up. Oh. Code already does that. That's why we're counting by 2s. Oh, whoops, I need to... The intrusive OR, it finds you and it tells you what the state of its pins are. I'm a 1! Okay, get out of here. Okay, so we're scraping back into competency here. It's a tough journey. Okay, I'm gonna hit reset again. And then when I open up the serial monitor, bonk. Okay, that looks a little better. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, A, B, C, D, E, F. Then 1, then 2, then 3, and then we get to 3F, and we didn't get anything back. So that should have triggered some type of return if we had the addresses right, if we have the baud rate right. I'm going to have to do a little bit of research. We're at, it's almost 5 o'clock. I'm trying to go to 5:30, but today we'll end there because that's a good conclusion to everything. Basically, every time I hit reset, if the COM port's still hooked up, I have to stop and open the COM port again, and then we get from ready to finished with no returns at this baud rate. That did it way faster than I thought it would. I thought we had it running for like a day the last time we did this. But the way that I fixed it is, I think what I did is I moved code from the final of the wheel project. I moved code back into this thing that I would be able to use at a later date, and I sort of made it start to function, but then I kind of gave up on it. And so basically what we were left with, I just have a thing that checks the bus, and then if we actually get a positive, then here we don't have to add up at the, I don't know why we're upping the address there. I don't know what this code was supposed to be. I guess I should do the delay anyway, but we shouldn't up the address here because we found what we're looking for. If I wanted to move on from this, I guess I could have printed success, but I don't know, the pool of addresses seems kind of low. We're only going to 3F. I think we were trying to stay out of system messages, but we haven't really gotten anywhere with this yet. So I gotta think about what we're gonna do. I'm gonna hit save on this stuff, close it all down. I do like the while serial thing. If you've got a program that's going to hinge around having a serial printout, be readable and you know, all on the screen, then using a while not serial is pretty good. It'll stop your program in its tracks and it'll be waiting. And so when you then connect to serial, it'll say that it's ready. So if you have very few serial prints, then this is a really good thing to do. All right, so we failed. We're going to try again tomorrow. So thank you everybody for watching. I need to make my admin command. Make my admin command. Let's see. Where'd the text go? Hold on a sec. Oh, it's somewhere in here. Here we go. What? Whoa, moving the wrong thing. I'm looking for this text box. I'm not... Oh, maybe I was on the overlay. Hold on a sec. I'm doing stuff in OBS. Just give me one sec here. This... Why is it so weird? It's like a really vertical box. Is it? It's behind Streamlabs, but it's like not visible. Text transform, none. Vertical. Color is white. Background opacity 0. Bring it up to 100. I got like a weird broken text box. I don't know what the deal with it is. Oh, there's a chat log mode for text. That's kind of cool. Okay, so whatever. That should be outlined, fully opaque text. None, anti-aliased, Arial. Size, I don't know, big, bigger. And that should be right here. Weird. This is cursed. Here, maybe you guys can see if I do this. Oh no, it's not on this. It's not on this one. Anywhere in the periphery? No? Okay. That's creepy. Weird. Oh, you know what? Because it's not visible. There we go. So we didn't brute force it. We tried all of the available LIN bus addresses. We tried to get communication with it, but it uses LIN bus 2.0, which I think probably is faster. Maybe. I could always plug in the steering wheel for old time's sake and see if our test program is able to communicate with that. Because I've got all the LIN bus programs where I've programmed all the other stuff. Yeah, it might be an extended LIN. I'm not sure. Well, no, I think I'm pretty sure it is because I think their technical manual said that it is. So, all right. I said ending and everybody left. I mean, I guess that's just a natural thing to do, right? Admin, and let's just update the command so that it definitely doesn't say that I will be streaming in 5 days from now. And instead, it says that I will be streaming in 3/29. Wow, I just changed the countdown from March 9th, March 19th to March 29. Okay. Oh, and I almost typed that into Twitch. Sorry. That needs to go in my admin section. All the way down here, punch this thing in, hit enter. I gotta get the Blue Sky link out of there because I don't have Blue Sky anymore. It got hacked. Anyway, yeah, so we suck. we're gonna have to take another look at this thing and maybe compare it to some of my functioning code or something of that nature and try to get it to actually communicate with this thing. Because I think we should be able to brute force it. I think if maybe we take a look at Linbus 2.0 and how it works, maybe we'll be able to get something happening. I'm a little disappointed though, because I haven't seen any signs of life from this thing. I think it was that way with the steering wheel too, is we didn't see any sign of life until I ran this program, and then suddenly it clapped back at us. Hopefully that will happen. It seems like we should have more addresses to do, but I need to make sure that we stay out of the system addresses and that we're doing the proper extended Linbus 2.0 protocols. So we'll take a look at that tomorrow. Until then, have a good time, and I will see you guys in... oh, the countdown didn't work, did it? Oh, because I updated it in... I updated it in chat. I didn't put it into... Oh, jeez. Hello? Oh, there it is. That's stupid. 2 days, 19 hours, 34 minutes, and 39 seconds. 2 days? Wait a minute. That was... Wait, no, that's... 2 days. I put 29 instead of 27. I've been talking too much. Brain weird. 27. I'll get it right eventually, guys. I'll get it right. All right? I'll get it right. I'll get it right. I'll remember how to stream one of these days. There we go. 19 hours, 33 minutes, 56 seconds. Not that anybody uses that countdown, but it does exist on Nightbot, and you can get a bot command saying when my next stream should be, even though the schedule's down there, on Twitch. I'll catch you guys Friday. We're going to work on something. Probably this, because it's so interesting, and I'm hopefully not going to break my beautiful hardware while we were brute forcing it. But we'll see. I'll see you then. Freak out. I think I'm just going to, yeah, we're just going to stop.